What's going on, everyone? It's Ben 10 What If here. We've got something amazing for you today. What if Ben 10 Reborn is Viltrumite and fell for Starfire? Real quick, if you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? Join thousands of story lovers and hit that subscribe button. Alright, story time. Chapter 1, Across the Divide. The rust bucket shuddered as another explosion rocked its metal frame. Inside, 17-year-old Ben Tennyson gripped the dashboard, knuckles white against tanned skin. The dashboard lights flickered, casting erratic shadows across his face. "Grandpa, we can't outrun him," Ben shouted over the wailing alarms. "I need to go out there." Max Tennyson yanked the steering wheel hard, sending the RV careening around a tight corner. His weathered face remained composed despite the chaos. "That's exactly what Vilgax wants, Ben. He's not after you this time, he's after what's inside the Omnitrix." Gwen's voice cut through from the back of the vehicle where she frantically typed on her laptop. "The energy readings are off the charts. Whatever tech Vilgax got his hands on, it's nothing like we've seen before." Ben glanced down at the alien watch fastened to his wrist. After 7 years, the Omnitrix had become more than a device, it was part of him. The familiar green glow pulsed erratically now, responding to whatever forces Vilgax was unleashing. "I can't just sit here while he tears apart the city." Ben pushed himself up. "I don't care what he's after. I've beaten him before." The rust bucket lurched violently as something massive crashed into the road ahead. Through the windshield, Ben saw a crater where the asphalt had been, and rising from it, the towering figure of his nemesis. Vilgax stood at least 12 feet tall, his squid-like features contorted into what passed for a smile among his species. But it wasn't his appearance that made Ben's blood run cold, it was the device clutched in his massive hand, pulsing with energy that seemed to bend the very air around it. "The Tachyon Disruptor," Max whispered. "How did he get his hands on that?" Ben didn't wait for explanations. He slammed his palm down on the Omnitrix, feeling the familiar rush as his DNA rewrote itself. Green light enveloped him, and when it faded, XLR-8 stood in his place, the fastest alien in his arsenal. "Ben, wait!" Gwen called, but he was already gone, a blur of motion and purpose. Outside, the world moved in slow motion as Ben raced toward Vilgax. The warlord's movement seemed sluggish compared to XLR-8's incredible speed. Ben dodged the first blast from Vilgax's weapon, feeling the strange energy distort the air as it passed. "Your usual tactics won't work, Tennyson." Vilgax's voice boomed. "This device doesn't just destroy, it reorders. The power of the Omnitrix will finally be mine, stripped from your corpse atom by atom." Ben circled Vilgax, landing rapid strikes that barely phased the warlord's armored form. "You've been saying that since I was 10, he shot back. "Still waiting on that to happen." Vilgax raised the Tachyon Disruptor, its core pulsing with blinding light. "The difference now is that I don't need you alive anymore." The blast came faster than Ben anticipated. He tried to dodge, but the energy wasn't directed at him, it hit the Omnitrix directly. Pain lanced up his arm as the familiar green glow became an angry red. Ben felt himself changing, the Omnitrix cycling wildly through transformations. "What did you do?" he gasped, his voice shifting between his alien's various tones. Vilgax approached, triumph gleaming in his eyes. "The disruptor is accessing every DNA sample in the Omnitrix simultaneously. Your body can't handle that kind of transformation stress." Ben fell to his knees as his form continued to flux uncontrollably. Through the haze of pain, he saw Gwen and Max running toward him, Gwen's hands already glowing with magical energy. "Stay back!" Ben shouted. The Omnitrix was heating up against his skin, becoming unbearable. Something was very wrong. "Ben!" Gwen's voice seemed distant now. "The Omnitrix is creating some kind of dimensional rift." He looked down and saw reality itself tearing around the watch. Spacetime fractured like glass, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. The Omnitrix had always been more than just a transforming device, it contained the DNA of thousands of species, a biological record of an entire universe. Now that power was destabilizing. Interesting, Vilgax murmured, stepping back. The disruptor was meant to extract the Omnitrix's power, not create a dimensional breach. Ben tried to remove the watch, a desperate act he hadn't attempted in years. Grandpa. How do I stop this? Max rushed to his side, analyzing the situation with the calm expertise of a former plumber. The Omnitrix is trying to protect you, Ben. It's searching across realities for a solution. I don't want a solution, I want this thing off. Ben grunted, pulling at the device that had fused even more thoroughly with his wrist. The tachyon disruptor in Vilgax's hand began to react to the Omnitrix's energy, creating a feedback loop that intensified the dimensional tear. The rift expanded, swallowing light and matter alike. Ben, Max said with sudden clarity, I think your consciousness is about to be displaced. The Omnitrix is saving what makes you, you. What? No, Ben reached for his family as the rift engulfed him. The last thing he saw was Gwen launching a spell toward Vilgax and Max rushing forward with a plumber weapon drawn. Then everything disappeared into blinding white light. Ben experienced the sensation of being unmade. His body dissolved into pure consciousness, memories and personality detaching from physical form. The Omnitrix's energy signature remained with him, a familiar green pulse in the formless void. He drifted through nothingness, time becoming meaningless. Was it seconds? Years? There was no way to tell. Occasionally, fragments of reality would materialize around him, glimpses of other worlds, other possibilities. He saw versions of himself that never found the Omnitrix, worlds where he'd made different choices, realities where he didn't exist at all. Then came the pull. Something was drawing his consciousness across the dimensional barriers, attracted to compatible DNA. The sensation was similar to the Omnitrix's transformations, but far more intense and fundamental. Ben felt himself being reconstituted, consciousness pouring into a physical form that wasn't his own yet somehow felt right. Muscles formed around a skeletal structure that was both familiar and alien. Organs materialized, nerves connected, and finally, his senses returned in a violent rush. The first breath burned his new lungs. The first heartbeat shook his entire body. The first thought was simple, I'm alive. But where? And as what? Consciousness returned with brutal force. Every nerve ending seemed to fire at once, sending data to a brain that struggled to process the overload. Ben's eyes snapped open, immediately confronted with an unfamiliar ceiling of polished metal. The air tasted different, filtered, recycled, with trace elements his human senses would never have detected. He sat up abruptly, then froze in shock at how fast the movement had been. His body had responded with a speed and precision that seemed impossible. Looking down, he saw unfamiliar hands, his hands, but different. Stronger. The muscle definition was unlike anything he'd ever had, even as forearms. What the hell? His voice sounded like his own, but deeper, more resonant. The room appeared to be some kind of medical chamber. Monitoring equipment surrounded the bed where he'd been lying. Through a large viewport, he could see stars, not Earth's familiar constellations, but an alien sky. Ben swung his legs off the bed and stood, marveling at the feeling of power that coursed through him. He felt invincible. That was the only word that captured it. Moving to a reflective panel on the wall, he examined his new appearance. The face that stared back was recognizably his, the same green eyes, similar facial structure, but enhanced. His body had transformed from that of a fit human teenager to something beyond peak physical condition. He looked like he was in his early 20s now, taller and broader than he'd been, with a physique that would make professional athletes jealous. Omnitrix, he whispered, checking his wrist. The familiar device was gone. Not hidden or recalibrated, completely absent. Whatever transformation this was, it hadn't come from the watch. A door slid open silently, revealing a tall, muscular man with a thick mustache and blue-gray skin. He wore what appeared to be a military uniform with insignia Ben didn't recognize. "You're finally conscious," the man stated, his tone neither friendly nor hostile. The physicians were beginning to wonder if you'd ever wake up. Ben instinctively shifted into a defensive stance. "Where am I? What happened to me?" The man raised an eyebrow. "You don't remember the training accident? Your first flight into the upper atmosphere didn't go as planned. You've been unconscious for 3 days while your body healed. Training? Flight?" Ben shook his head. "I think you have me confused with someone else. I'm Ben Tennyson. I was fighting Vilgax when the Omnitrix. Vilgax?" The man's expression hardened. "Your brain must have been more affected than we thought. You are Zenith, son of Voron, a cadet in the Viltrumite Youth Corps. There is no Ben Tennyson here. Viltrumite." The word meant nothing to Ben, yet his new body responded to it, a muscle memory reaction beyond his control. "I need to see outside," Ben demanded suddenly. The man considered him for a moment, then nodded. "Follow me. Perhaps seeing the capital will jog your memory." They walked through corridors that hummed with power, passing other blue-skinned individuals who nodded respectfully to Ben's companion. Everyone moved with the same fluid grace and strength that Ben now possessed. They reached a large observation deck that revealed a sprawling metropolis of impossible architecture, buildings that would collapse under their own weight on Earth stretched skyward, connected by ethereal bridges. Beyond the city limits, vast mountain ranges and oceans indicated a planet similar to Earth but distinctly alien. "Viltrum," the man announced with evident pride. "The heart of the greatest empire the universe has ever known." Ben's mind raced. This wasn't a transformation, this was something else entirely. The Omnitrix had somehow transferred his consciousness across dimensions, placing him in the body of a being from this world. He remembered Max's last words, "The Omnitrix is saving what makes you, you." "I need time to think," Ben said quietly. The man, who had introduced himself as Commander Tyrus, seemed satisfied with Ben's reaction. "Your quarters are prepared. You're excused from training for another week while you recover fully. After that, you'll resume your place in the Youth Corps." Ben nodded absently, still processing the impossible situation. As Tyrus led him through more corridors to his quarters, Ben began testing his senses, discovering they were exponentially more acute than his human ones. He could hear conversations happening floors away, could see microscopic details in the walls, could detect scents that told him more about his surroundings than his eyes did. His quarters were sparse but comfortable, clearly designed for a being that valued function over luxury. Once alone, Ben immediately moved to the computer terminal on the desk. If he was going to understand this situation, he needed information. The interface responded to his touch, displaying text in a language he shouldn't know yet somehow understood perfectly. He began searching for basic information about Viltrumites, discovering facts that made his head swim: near immortality, flight, super strength, invulnerability, and more, all without any technological assistance. "I'm basically Superman," he whispered to himself. Then a darker thought formed, or I've hijacked someone else's body. But as he continued reading and exploring his new physiology, something became clear. This body, Zenith's body, was responding to him as naturally as his own ever had. There was no sense of displacement or conflict. It was as if the Omnitrix had found a genetic structure compatible with his consciousness and merged them seamlessly. Ben spent hours experimenting with his new abilities within the confines of his quarters. He discovered he could move fast enough to become invisible to normal perception. His strength was sufficient to bend metal with minimal effort. Most startlingly, when he accidentally cut himself testing his limits, the wound healed before his eyes. Night fell over Viltrum's capital, the alien stars shining with unfamiliar patterns. Ben stood at the viewport in his quarters, staring at the sky and wondering if Earth, his Earth, still existed somewhere across the dimensional void. "I need to get back," he murmured. Gwen, Grandpa Max, they could be in danger. But how? The Omnitrix was gone. He had no access to alien technology here, at least, none that would help him travel between dimensions. For now, he was trapped in this reality, in this body. A sudden realization struck him: if this was permanent, he needed to adapt. The Viltrumites clearly valued strength and discipline. If he was to survive long enough to find a way home, he would need to play along. Okay, Ben, he told himself. You've been aliens before. This is just a really long-term transformation. 3 months passed in a blur of training and adaptation. Ben, now answering to Zenith to avoid suspicion, immersed himself in Viltrumite culture. The Youth Corps proved to be a military training program designed to prepare young Viltrumites for eventual service in the Empire's expansion forces. The training was brutal by human standards but barely taxed his new physiology. He learned to fly, first clumsily, then with increasing control until he could break the sound barrier. He learned combat techniques that utilized his incredible strength and speed. He learned Viltrumite history, a troubling chronicle of conquest justified by the belief in genetic superiority. Through it all, Ben maintained his core identity. He performed well enough to avoid scrutiny but deliberately held back from excelling. The last thing he wanted was to be fast-tracked into the Empire's conquering forces. While outwardly he played the role of a dedicated cadet, inwardly he searched for any technology or information that might help him return to his dimension. It came during a training exercise in deep space. The Youth Corps had been dispatched to a distant star system for survival training. Ben found himself alone on a small moon, tasked with navigating back to the rendezvous point using only his innate abilities. Soaring through the vacuum of space, another Viltrumite ability that had initially terrified him, Ben spotted something unusual. A distortion in space, similar to what he'd seen when the Omnitrix malfunctioned. His enhanced vision detected energy patterns that reminded him of the dimensional rift that had brought him here. Without hesitation, he altered course, accelerating toward the anomaly. As he approached, the distortion grew more pronounced, colors shifting in patterns that shouldn't be possible in space. When he was within a few meters, the distortion suddenly expanded, energy crackling across its surface. This is it, Ben muttered to himself, knowing no sound would carry in the vacuum. A way back, or at least, somewhere else. He took a deep breath, unnecessary in space for a Viltrumite but a human habit he couldn't shake, and flew directly into the anomaly. The sensation was familiar, reality bending around him, his consciousness stretching across possibilities. For a moment, he thought he might be torn apart. Then, abruptly, he emerged on the other side. Not into the void between dimensions this time, but into atmosphere. Gravity clutched at him immediately, though it felt insignificant against his Viltrumite strength. Below him sprawled a city, a human city with familiar architecture and technology. Earth? His heart leaped at the possibility. But as he descended for a closer look, details emerged that dashed his hopes. The city was similar to those on Earth but different in subtle ways. The vehicles were more advanced, the buildings more elegant in their engineering. And most tellingly, the citizens moving along the streets included obvious non-humans, beings with different colored skin, extra limbs, or features that no human could possess. This wasn't his Earth. But it was an Earth, or something very close to it. Ben, still thinking of himself by his original name despite months answering to Zenith, descended toward what appeared to be a park in the city center, choosing a secluded area to avoid immediate attention. His Viltrumite appearance might pass for human at a glance, but his landing from orbit would certainly raise questions. As his feet touched the ground, the comparative quietness of the park was shattered by an explosion several blocks away. Smoke rose from between buildings, followed by screams and the sounds of destruction. Without thinking, Ben launched himself toward the disturbance, old heroic instincts taking over. He arrived at a scene of chaos. A bank building had been partially destroyed, its facade crumbling while civilians fled in panic. Emerging from the destruction came several figures, clearly not ordinary criminals. One appeared to be made entirely of living stone, another controlled what looked like electricity between his hands, and a third, seemingly their leader, wore technological armor that enhanced his already imposing frame. "The Jump City First Bank vault is officially emptied," the armored figure announced, his voice mechanically distorted. "Titans aren't even here to stop us. Too busy with their little space mission, I suppose." Ben hovered above the scene, assessing the situation. This wasn't his world or his fight, but people were in danger. Hero instincts died hard, apparently, even across dimensions. "I wouldn't count on that, Adonis," came a new voice, female and filled with righteous anger. A streak of bright energy shot across the sky, striking the armored criminal and sending him staggering backward. The source of the attack descended into view, a young woman with golden-orange skin, flowing red hair, and glowing green eyes. She wore a purple outfit that seemed designed for both combat and flight, and energy crackled around her hands. "Starfire," the criminal named Adonis growled. "Where are your friends? Don't tell me they left you all alone to guard the city." The woman, Starfire, floated with easy confidence despite being outnumbered. "I am more than capable of defeating you without assistance." The three criminals spread out, preparing to attack from multiple angles. Ben watched as Starfire held her ground, energy building around her hands. She was powerful, that much was clear, but 3 against 1 weren't odds he felt comfortable watching. Just as the stone creature charged forward, Ben made his decision. He shot downward at tremendous speed, positioning himself between Starfire and her attackers. The impact of his landing created a small crater in the asphalt. "Mind if I even the odds a bit?" he asked, glancing back at Starfire, whose expression showed surprise but not fear. "Your assistance is welcome, stranger," she replied, her accent unlike any Ben had heard before, melodic and slightly formal. There was no time for further introductions. The stone creature recovered from his surprise and lunged forward. Ben met the charge head-on, catching the massive fists in his own hands. The creature's momentum halted instantly, its expression shifting from confidence to shock. "Sorry, Rockhead," Ben said with a grin that felt like his old self. "But I'm a lot stronger than I look." With a quick motion, he lifted the stone creature completely off the ground and hurled him into the electrical villain, who had been preparing to attack. Both went down in a tangle of limbs and surprised shouts. Meanwhile, Starfire engaged Adonis, green energy blasts meeting the technological weapons of his armor in midair. Ben turned his attention to the other 2 criminals, who were recovering from his initial attack. "Who the hell are you supposed to be?" the electrical villain demanded, gathering crackling energy between his palms. Ben hesitated for a split second. Who was he here? Not Ben 10 without the Omnitrix. Not fully Zenith the Viltrumite either. Just someone who doesn't like bullies, he finished, deciding names could wait. The electrical attack came fast, but to Ben's Viltrumite senses, it might as well have been moving through molasses. He sidestepped easily, then closed the distance in a blur of motion, delivering a carefully measured punch that knocked the villain unconscious without causing permanent damage. The stone creature roared and charged again, this time ready for Ben's strength. They exchanged blows that would have shattered buildings, Ben adapting to his opponent's fighting style with each exchange. 7 years of transforming into different aliens had taught him to adjust quickly to new abilities and limitations. From the corner of his eye, he saw Starfire battling Adonis with impressive skill. Her flight was as natural as his had become, her energy blasts precisely aimed at weak points in the criminal's armor. There was a fluidity to her movements that spoke of years of combat experience. Ben ended his fight with a precisely calculated tackle, driving the stone creature into the ground with enough force to create a second crater without seriously injuring his opponent. As the dust cleared, he saw Starfire standing triumphantly over a disabled Adonis, his armor sparking and useless. Their eyes met across the battlefield, green meeting green in a moment of mutual assessment. Then, surprising him, she smiled, a radiant expression that transformed her already beautiful face. Your timing was most fortunate, she said, floating over to him. I am called Starfire of the Teen Titans. He paused again, then decided on a compromise. Zenith. But my friends call me Ben. Her head tilted slightly. You have two names. It's complicated, he admitted. I'm not exactly from around here. Starfire's smile widened. Neither am I, friend Ben Zenith. I come from the planet Tamarin, though Earth has been my home for some time now. The wail of approaching sirens interrupted their introduction. Starfire gestured skyward. Perhaps we should continue this conversation elsewhere. The authorities will handle these criminals now. Ben nodded, relieved at the suggestion. The last thing he needed was to be questioned by this world's authorities when he barely understood his place in it. Together, they launched into the sky, leaving the scene as police vehicles arrived below. Flying alongside Starfire felt strangely natural. She moved through the air with grace born of long practice, occasionally performing aerial maneuvers that seemed more joy than necessity. Ben found himself matching her, testing the limits of his flight abilities in ways the rigid Viltrumite training had never encouraged. They landed on the roof of a T-shaped tower situated on a small island in the bay. The structure was clearly both headquarters and home, with sections designed for defense alongside areas meant for comfortable living. This is Titan's Tower, Starfire explained, leading him inside through a roof entrance. It is quiet now because my friends are away on a mission to assist the Justice League with an off-world matter. Justice League? Ben asked, following her into what appeared to be a common area with large windows overlooking the bay. Starfire gave him a curious look. You truly are not from around here. The Justice League is Earth's premier team of heroes. Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, and others. None of the names meant anything to Ben, but he nodded as if understanding. And the Teen Titans are. We are a team of younger heroes who protect Jump City and assist with larger threats when needed. Pride filled her voice. Robin, Cyborg, Raven, Beast Boy, and myself. The name Beast Boy caught Ben's attention. Beast Boy. Does he transform into animals? Starfire nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Friend Beast Boy can become any animal he wishes. Do you have similar abilities? Your strength and flight seem comparable to a Kryptonian's, yet you look human. Ben hesitated, then decided that in a world with alien heroes and shapeshifters, the truth, or at least part of it, might be the simplest approach. I'm not human, not exactly, he began, choosing his words carefully. I'm a Viltrumite, at least physically. But my mind, my consciousness, comes from another dimension entirely. Starfire showed no shock at this revelation. Instead, she sat on one of the couches and gestured for him to join her. Dimensional displacement is not unknown to us. Please, tell me your story. And so he did. Ben explained about his life as a human with the Omnitrix, his battle with Vilgax, and his consciousness being transferred into a Viltrumite body in another dimension. He described his months adapting to his new physiology and his discovery of the dimensional rift that had brought him here. Starfire listened intently, asking occasional questions but never expressing disbelief. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment, processing his story. Your experience resonates with me, she finally said. Though I have not traveled between dimensions, I know what it is to be displaced from one's home and to adapt to strange new circumstances. How did you end up on Earth? Ben asked, genuinely curious about this alien girl who had accepted his bizarre story without question. Starfire's expression darkened slightly. I was a prisoner, brought to Earth as a captive. I escaped and nearly destroyed this city in my confusion and fear. Her smile returned. The Titans, who were not yet a team, helped me. They showed kindness when I expected only more cruelty. They became my family when mine was lost to me. Ben nodded, understanding all too well. Family doesn't have to be blood. My cousin Gwen and Grandpa Max, they were my team back home. You miss them, Starfire observed, her voice gentle. Every day, Ben admitted. I've been trying to find a way back, but dimensional travel isn't exactly something they cover in Viltrumite training. Starfire rose suddenly, her expression brightening. Perhaps we can help each other, friend Ben. The Titans have encountered dimensional anomalies before. Raven, especially, has knowledge of such matters. When my friends return, we can seek their assistance. You do that for me. You barely know me. You helped me against Adonis and his companions without hesitation, she replied simply. On Tamarin, such an act makes you an ally worthy of trust. Besides, she added with a smile, you are also displaced in a world not your own. I understand this feeling well. For the first time since arriving in this dimension, Ben felt genuine hope. If there were heroes here who understood dimensional travel, perhaps finding a way home wasn't impossible after all. Until then, Starfire continued, you are welcome to stay here. The tower has guest quarters, and Jump City could benefit from another protector while the team is away. Ben's response was interrupted by an alarm blaring throughout the tower. Starfire immediately moved to a large computer console, where multiple screens displayed various parts of the city. Trouble, she said grimly. A dimensional distortion has appeared downtown, similar to the one you described encountering in space. The screens showed a swirling vortex of energy that had appeared in the middle of a busy intersection. Cars swerved to avoid it, and pedestrians fled in panic. As they watched, the vortex expanded, its edges seeming to eat away at reality itself. That's it, Ben said, moving closer to the screen. That's exactly like what brought me here. Starfire turned to him, her eyes glowing slightly with concern and determination. Then perhaps it is no coincidence that such a portal appears now. We must investigate. Ben nodded, already moving toward the exit. Race you there? The challenge brought a competitive smile to Starfire's face. You are on, friend Ben. They launched into the sky together, two displaced aliens united by circumstance and a shared sense of duty. As they streaked toward the disturbance, Ben couldn't help but feel that his arrival in this dimension might not have been as random as he'd thought. The portal awaited, pulsing with familiar energy, a doorway to somewhere else, perhaps even home. But as he flew beside his newfound ally, Ben realized that returning home might have just become more complicated. For the first time since his transformation, he'd found someone who understood what it meant to be caught between worlds. They arrived at the dimensional distortion within minutes, hovering above the chaos it had created. Traffic had ground to a halt, abandoned vehicles creating a perimeter around the swirling vortex. Police had established barriers, keeping civilians back from the unknown phenomenon. It's bigger than the one I came through, Ben observed, studying the portal. And less stable. Starfire nodded, her expression serious. Such tears in reality rarely close on their own. They typically grow until they consume everything around them. Great. So we need to close it somehow. Ben scanned the area, noticing how the portal's energy seemed to be affecting nearby electronics. Streetlights flickered, and car alarms blared randomly. Any ideas? Before Starfire could respond, the portal's energy spiked visibly, the swirling patterns accelerating. Both heroes tensed, prepared for whatever might emerge. What came through wasn't what Ben expected. Instead of a being or object, a wave of energy erupted from the portal, expanding outward in a perfect sphere. It passed through them before either could react. For Ben, the sensation was disorienting but not painful, like being scanned at a cellular level. He shook his head to clear it and turned to check on Starfire. Are you okay? He asked. She nodded, though her expression was troubled. Yes, but that energy. It felt as though it was searching for something. Or someone. The portal pulsed again, more violently this time. From its depths emerged a figure, humanoid but clearly not human. Its body seemed composed of shifting, semi-transparent material through which stars and distant galaxies could be seen, as if it were a window into deep space itself. A cosmic observer, Starfire gasped. I have heard stories, but never encountered one. What's a cosmic observer? Ben asked, not taking his eyes off the strange being. They are said to monitor the boundaries between dimensions, intervening only when those boundaries are threatened. Her voice lowered. They are immensely powerful and answerable to no authority known to any world I have visited. The observer hovered above the portal, its featureless face turning slowly as it surveyed the surroundings. When its gaze fell upon Ben, it paused, the cosmic patterns within its form shifting more rapidly. You, it said, its voice resonating not through the air but directly in their minds. You do not belong in this reality. Ben tensed, preparing for a confrontation. I didn't exactly choose to come here. Your displacement has created instability, the observer continued, gesturing to the portal below. Reality seeks balance. Your presence here disrupts that balance. Starfire moved slightly in front of Ben, her hands glowing with defensive energy. Friend Ben has caused no harm. He is a hero who helps others. The observer's attention shifted to her. His intentions are irrelevant. His very existence in this dimension creates tears like this one. More will follow, each larger than the last, until the fabric separating realities dissolves entirely. Ben felt cold dread settle in his stomach. Was he responsible for this? Had his passage between dimensions caused damage he couldn't see? How do we fix it? He demanded. There must be a way to close the portal and prevent others from forming. There is, the observer confirmed. You must return to your dimension of origin, or the displacement will continue to create instabilities. Return to. Ben's heart leaped. You can send me home. The cosmic being's form rippled in what might have been the equivalent of a head shake. I cannot. The boundaries between dimensions must be respected, even by my kind. I can only inform, not intervene directly. But that doesn't make sense, Ben argued. If you can't send me back, and my being here causes these portals, we're stuck in an impossible situation. Unless, Starfire interjected thoughtfully, there is another way to stabilize his presence here. An anchor of some kind. The observer's form stilled, cosmic patterns freezing momentarily as if considering her words. Perceptive, Tamaranian. There are methods by which dimensional displacement can be stabilized without returning the displaced entity to its origin point. What methods? Ben asked eagerly. A connection, the observer replied. A bond to this reality strong enough to counterbalance the pull of your home dimension. Such bonds can take many forms, but they must be genuine and powerful enough to anchor your quantum signature to this universe's frequency. Ben glanced at Starfire, puzzled. That's pretty vague. Cosmic observers seldom provide direct answers, she explained. They believe each being must find its own path. The portal beneath them suddenly contracted, then expanded violently, sending out another wave of energy. This one carried physical force, strong enough to push both heroes back several meters. Time grows short, the observer stated. This portal must be closed, or it will begin consuming matter from both connected dimensions. How do we close it? Ben demanded. The same energy that opened it conceal it, came the reply. Viltrumite physiology is uniquely capable of channeling such forces, if properly directed. Ben looked down at his hands, then at the swirling vortex. You're saying I can close it? How? Instead of answering directly, the observer turned to Starfire. Tamaranian energy can serve as a catalyst. Together, you may succeed where either alone would fail. Before either could ask for clarification, the observer's form began to fade. Find the anchor. Seal the breaches. The multiverse depends on balance. With those final cryptic words, it vanished completely. Ben and Starfire exchanged glances. Well, that was helpful, he said sarcastically. Close the portal with our energy, find some vague anchor, and save the multiverse. No pressure. Despite the tension, Starfire smiled. We are heroes, friend Ben. Impossible tasks are our specialty. The portal below pulsed again, debris from the street beginning to be drawn into its depths. They needed to act quickly. If the observer spoke truly, we must combine our energies somehow, Starfire said, studying the vortex. My starbolts are manifestations of solar energy I absorb and convert. Perhaps if you could channel that energy through your Viltrumite physiology. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all they had. Ben nodded. Worth a shot. How do we do this? Starfire extended her hands, green energy gathering around them. Take my hands. Focus on directing the energy I provide through your body and into the portal. Our combined will must shape it to seal rather than destroy. Ben reached out, clasping her hands in his. Immediately, he felt the warm rush of her energy flowing into him. It was different from anything he'd experienced, not painful but intense, like sunlight condensed into pure power. They descended together until they hovered directly above the portal. The closer they got, the stronger the pull became, reality itself trying to correct Ben's displacement by dragging him back through. I can feel it trying to take me, he shouted over the portal's roar. It recognizes me. Focus, Ben. Starfire's grip tightened. You are not merely Viltrumite, not merely human, you are both and more. Your unique nature can bridge the gap. Ben closed his eyes, concentrating on the energy flowing from Starfire into him. He mentally shaped it, remembering how the Omnitrix had always responded to his will and intention more than his actions. If this portal was somehow connected to his displacement, perhaps it would respond similarly. Close, he commanded, directing all the combined energy downward into the vortex. Seal the breach between worlds. For a terrifying moment, nothing happened. Then the portal's chaotic swirling began to slow, its edges contracting inward. The pull on Ben intensified, as if it recognized what they were attempting and resisted. It's working. Starfire called. But it requires more energy. She increased the flow of power through their joined hands, her eyes blazing with emerald light. Ben felt the energy threatening to overwhelm him, his Viltrumite body straining to channel more power than it was designed to handle. With a final surge of combined will, they pushed all their remaining energy into the collapsing portal. The vortex contracted to a pinpoint of brilliant light, then vanished with a thunderclap that shattered windows for blocks around. The sudden absence of resistance sent them both tumbling through the air. Ben recovered first, catching Starfire as her flight faltered. Exhaustion was evident on her face, her normally bright eyes dimmed. We did it, she said weakly. The portal is closed. Ben nodded, still supporting her as they drifted toward the ground. But according to our cosmic friend, it's just the first. There will be more unless I find this anchor thing. Starfire straightened, regaining some of her strength. Then we shall find it together, friend Ben. But first, I believe we both require rest and sustenance. Looking at the destruction around them, the cracked pavement where the portal had been, the shattered windows, the bewildered emergency personnel approaching the scene, Ben couldn't help but feel responsible. I brought this here, he said quietly. Just by existing in this dimension, I'm causing damage. Starfire placed a hand on his shoulder. Do not blame yourself for circumstances beyond your control. On Tamaran, we have a saying, the storm is not at fault for the lightning it must release. Ben smiled despite himself. Is that really a Tamaranian saying? Her eyes twinkled with returning energy. Perhaps I just made it up. But it is true nonetheless. As they departed the scene, leaving the cleanup to local authorities, Ben couldn't shake the observer's warning. More portals would appear, each more dangerous than the last. Time was limited, and this mysterious anchor remained their only hope of preventing further dimensional damage. But for the first time since being displaced, he wasn't facing the problem alone. Glancing at Starfire flying beside him, Ben felt something he hadn't experienced since losing the Omnitrix and his home dimension, a sense of possibility. Whatever this anchor was, they would find it together. Back at Titan's tower, Starfire led Ben to the kitchen area. "We must replenish our energy," she declared, opening the refrigerator. "Dimensional work requires much strength." Ben sat at the counter, watching as she assembled what appeared to be ingredients for sandwiches, along with several items he couldn't identify that must have been alien in origin. "So," he began, "about this anchor thing the observer mentioned. Any ideas what it could be?" Starfire paused, considering the question while arranging mustard and pickles on what was becoming an impressively tall sandwich. "In my experience, the most powerful forces for stability are connections to others. My friends anchor me to Earth more surely than any physical object could." "You think it's a person? Someone in this dimension I need to connect with?" "Perhaps." She slid the completed sandwich toward him before starting on her own. "Or perhaps a purpose, a reason to be here rather than your home dimension." The observer spoke of a bond to this reality. "Such bonds can take many forms." Ben took a bite of the sandwich, surprised by how hungry he felt. The energy expenditure of closing the portal had depleted him more than he'd realized. "The problem is," he said after swallowing, "I already have bonds in my home dimension. My family, my friends, my responsibility as a hero there. That's what I've been trying to get back to." Starfire nodded thoughtfully, adding an alarming amount of mustard to her own creation. "The heart can form new bonds without breaking old ones. My love for my friends here does not diminish my love for my homeland." Ben considered this as they ate in companionable silence. The idea that he might need to establish permanent ties to this dimension was troubling. It implied that returning home might not be an option, that his displacement could be permanent. Starfire seemed to sense his turmoil. "We will explore all possibilities before accepting such a fate. The Titans have faced many seemingly impossible situations." "When will your friends return?" Ben asked. "Their mission was expected to last another Earth week," she replied. "But they can return sooner if needed. I have not called them because—" She hesitated. "Because? Because I wish to prove I could handle protecting the city alone," she admitted. "It was pride, I suppose." Ben smiled, understanding completely. "Been there. When I first got the Omnitrix, I was always trying to prove I could handle everything by myself. Usually right before something blew up in my face." Starfire laughed, a bright sound that seemed to lighten the atmosphere. "We are perhaps more similar than different, friend Ben." After finishing their meal, Starfire showed Ben to the tower's computer room. "We should research dimensional anomalies while we wait for Raven's return. She has many books on such subjects, but the computer contains basic information." The next several hours were spent reviewing the Titans' encounters with dimensional breaches, parallel universes, and reality-warping entities. Ben was impressed by the extensive database. This team had clearly dealt with threats on a cosmic scale before. "So this Brotherhood of Evil tried to create a dimensional gateway to somewhere called the Nightmare Dimension?" he asked, reading one particularly interesting file. Starfire nodded. "Yes, though Robin and Raven were able to reverse the polarity of their device before anything could cross over. And this guy, Dr. Light, accidentally created pocket dimensions while trying to harness starlight?" "Indeed. Cyborg theorized that light itself contains dimensional properties when sufficiently compressed." She leaned closer to point at something on the screen, her arm brushing against his. "This incident may be most relevant to your situation. A being from another dimension became stranded here when his transportation device malfunctioned." Ben read the file with growing interest. "Warp? Says here he eventually found a way to create a stable portal using quantum anchors." He straightened. "That's it. The observer mentioned anchoring my quantum signature to this universe's frequency." Excitement building, they dug deeper into the technical specifications of Warp's device. The concept was complex but clear enough. The quantum anchors had served as focal points, stabilizing the dimensional energies to prevent the portal from collapsing or expanding uncontrollably. "So I need a quantum anchor," Ben said, leaning back from the computer. Something that can stabilize my presence here long enough to either find a way home or... He left the alternative unspoken. Starfire's expression was thoughtful. The observer implied that your anchor would not be technological but personal, a connection or bond. Right, but how do you quantum anchor to a feeling or relationship? Before Starfire could respond, an alert sounded from the computer. Another dimensional disturbance had been detected, this one on the outskirts of Jump City near an industrial area. It's happening again, already, Ben said grimly, pushing away from the desk. The observer said they'd get bigger each time. Starfire nodded, already moving toward the exit. We must hurry. If this breach is larger than the last, our combined energy may not be sufficient to close it. They flew from the tower at top speed, Ben pushing his Viltrumite abilities to their limit. The sensation of flying alongside Starfire was becoming familiar, their aerial movements naturally complementing each other as if they'd been training together for years instead of hours. The dimensional breach came into view as they approached the industrial district, a swirling vortex of energy at least twice the size of the previous one. This portal hung in the air rather than touching the ground, its edges sending out occasional arcs of power that struck nearby metal structures, melting them on contact. This is bad, Ben stated, hovering at what he hoped was a safe distance. It's much more unstable than the last one. Starfire's hands were already glowing with green energy. We must attempt the same method. Perhaps with greater focus, we can. She was interrupted as the portal suddenly expanded, doubling in size in an instant. The energy surge knocked them both backward through the air. Ben stabilized first, catching Starfire once again. Are you alright? Yes, but this breach is too powerful for our previous approach. Her eyes narrowed as she studied the portal. There is something different about this one. Ben followed her gaze and noticed what she'd seen, the energy patterns weren't random. They seemed to be forming and reforming into recognizable shapes, like a message being written in an alien language. It's trying to communicate, he realized. Or something on the other side is. The patterns shifted faster, becoming clearer. Suddenly, Ben recognized one of the symbols, the hourglass shape of the Omnitrix, forming briefly before dissolving back into chaos. That's the Omnitrix symbol, he exclaimed. This portal must connect to my home dimension. Hope surged through him. If this was a direct connection to his world, it could be his way home. But the unstable nature of the breach made it incredibly dangerous. Entering now would likely tear him apart, and potentially cause even more damage to both dimensions. As if responding to his thoughts, the portal's patterns shifted again, forming new symbols, geometric shapes that Ben didn't recognize but that caused Starfire to gasp. Those are Tamaranian sacred symbols, she said, her voice hushed. How can this portal know them? Before either could process this new development, the portal contracted violently, then expanded with explosive force. The energy wave that erupted from it was far stronger than before, slamming into them with physical impact. Ben felt something strange as the energy passed through him, a pulling sensation, as if parts of his very being were trying to separate. His consciousness seemed to flicker, memories of his human life suddenly vivid while his awareness of his current Viltrumite body faded momentarily. Beside him, Starfire cried out, her flight faltering as the energy affected her as well. Ben reached for her, but his hand passed through her arm as if one of them had become intangible. What's happening? He shouted, his voice sounding distant to his own ears. The portal is affecting our quantum coherence, Starfire replied, her form seeming to flicker between solidity and transparency. It is attempting to pull you back to your dimension, but the process is destabilizing the local reality field. With tremendous effort, Ben managed to solidify himself enough to grasp Starfire's hand. The contact seemed to stabilize them both, their forms becoming fully physical again. We're anchoring each other, Ben realized. Just by maintaining contact, we're resisting the portal's effect. Starfire's eyes widened with understanding. This is what the observer meant. A quantum anchor isn't an object, it's a connection strong enough to counterbalance the pull between dimensions. The portal pulsed again, sending out another energy wave. This time, still holding Starfire's hand, Ben felt the effect but wasn't destabilized by it. Their connection was somehow protecting them both. If we're anchoring each other, Ben said, thinking quickly, maybe we can use that same connection to close the portal. Starfire nodded, gathering her energy once more. Yes. Instead of merely directing our power into the breach, we channel it through our connection first. It was a desperate plan based on minimal understanding of cosmic forces, but it was all they had. Together, they approached the portal, still maintaining physical contact. Starfire's free hand glowed with green energy while Ben focused on his Viltrumite strength, instinctively channeling it in a way that complemented her power. Now! Starfire called, releasing a massive blast of energy toward the portal. Ben added his own power, not energy blasts like hers, but a focused concentration of his Viltrumite life force, something he hadn't known he could do until this moment. The combined powers spiraled together, green and blue energies intertwining as they struck the portal. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the portal began to shrink, its edges folding inward. The symbols within it flashed more rapidly, as if making a final desperate communication. Ben caught a glimpse of one last symbol, the Omnitrix hourglass overlaid with a Tamaranian glyph he didn't recognize. Then the portal collapsed in on itself with a thunderclap that echoed across the city. The backlash sent them tumbling through the air again, but they maintained their grip on each other, stabilizing after a few seconds. Below them, the industrial area showed significant damage, melted metal structures, cracked concrete, small fires burning where energy discharges had struck flammable materials. "We did it," Ben said, breathing heavily from the exertion. But it was even harder this time. Starfire nodded, equally exhausted. "And the next will be harder still." The observer was correct, each breach grows more powerful as the dimensional instability increases. They descended to the ground, needing a moment to recover. Ben sat heavily on a concrete barrier, while Starfire settled beside him. "The symbols in the portal," Ben said after a moment. "The Omnitrix symbol and your Tamaranian glyphs. That can't be coincidence." "No," Starfire agreed. "I believe the portal was showing us the solution to your displacement." "Which is?" Starfire turned to face him, her expression serious but gentle. "I believe you require not just any anchor to this dimension, but a specific one. The combination of symbols suggests a connection between your original form, represented by the Omnitrix, and something of Tamaran." Ben processed this, the implications slowly becoming clear. "You think you're my anchor? That I need to form some kind of connection with you specifically? It would explain why our energies combine so effectively to close the breaches," she replied. "And why physical contact between us stabilized our quantum coherence when the portal's energy tried to separate us." The idea made a certain cosmic sense. Both of them were displaced from their original homes, both possessed unusual energy signatures, both occupied the same general role as heroes in their respective worlds. "So what kind of connection are we talking about?" Ben asked, suddenly aware of how close they were sitting. The observer wasn't exactly specific. Starfire considered this, her gaze thoughtful. "On Tamaran, we believe that souls can recognize each other across vast distances, even across dimensions. Perhaps what we need is not a specific type of connection, but rather to acknowledge and strengthen whatever connection already exists between us." "Soul recognition across dimensions," Ben repeated with a slight smile. "Sounds like something Gwen would say. She was always the one into the magical, mystical stuff. Do you not believe such things are possible?" Starfire asked, genuinely curious. Ben looked at her, really looked at her, taking in the strength and compassion evident in her expression. A few days ago, he would have dismissed such concepts entirely. But after everything he'd experienced, "I believe a lot of things are possible that I wouldn't have before," he admitted. "Dimensional displacement, body swapping, quantum anchors, why not soul recognition too?" Starfire smiled, the expression warming her entire face. Then perhaps we should begin by simply acknowledging that our meeting was not random chance, but something arranged by forces beyond our understanding. Cosmic matchmaking. Ben raised an eyebrow, though the idea didn't seem as ridiculous as it might have once. I guess stranger things have happened. Their moment of connection was interrupted by the sound of approaching sirens. Emergency responders were arriving to handle the damage from the portal. We should return to the tower, Starfire suggested, rising to her feet. We must prepare for the next breach, and I believe we have much to discuss about this potential anchor. Ben nodded, standing as well. As they launched into the sky once more, he found himself pondering the possibility that his displacement might not be a cosmic accident but something with purpose, perhaps even something necessary for both their worlds. The thought should have troubled him, the idea that returning to his home dimension might not be his destiny after all. Instead, flying beside Starfire toward the T-shaped tower on the horizon, he felt a strange sense of peace. If he was meant to be here, at least he wasn't facing it alone. Days passed without another dimensional breach appearing. Ben and Starfire remained vigilant, dividing their time between researching possible solutions to his displacement and protecting Jump City from more conventional threats. Working alongside Starfire came naturally to Ben. Their powers complemented each other in combat, her energy projection and his physical strength creating a balanced team. More than that, they found a comfortable rhythm in daily life at the tower, sharing meals, watching Earth movies, which Ben had to pretend were new to him to maintain his cover story, and exchanging stories of their respective worlds. "So this Vilgax," Starfire asked one evening as they sat on the tower's roof watching the sunset, "he was your arch-nemesis?" Ben nodded, looking out over the bay. "From the first summer I got the Omnitrix. He wanted it for himself, to conquer worlds, create an army of transformed aliens, the usual megalomaniac stuff. We have such villains here as well," Starfire replied. "Those who seek power for its own sake, caring nothing for those they harm in pursuit of it." "What about you?" Ben asked. "Any arch-nemeses in your background?" Starfire's expression darkened slightly. "My sister, Blackfire. She betrayed our family, tried to have me imprisoned, and once attempted to force me into an arranged marriage to secure her claim to the Tamaranian throne." "Your sister?" Ben blinked in surprise. "That's harsh. Family can sometimes cause the deepest wounds," she said softly. "But also provide the greatest healing. Though Blackfire and I remain at odds, I have found family here with the Titans." Ben thought of Gwen, how their childhood rivalry had evolved into deep friendship and trust. "I get that. My cousin Gwen and I used to drive each other crazy when we were kids. Now, I trust her with my life. Have trusted her with it, many times." They fell into comfortable silence as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. The moment felt peaceful, but underlying it was the knowledge that another dimensional breach could appear at any time, each more dangerous than the last. "I've been thinking about what the observer said," Ben finally spoke. "About needing an anchor to this dimension." Starfire turned to him, her expression curious. "And? If you are my anchor, if we need some kind of connection to stabilize my presence here, what happens if I eventually find a way home? Would breaking that connection cause more dimensional problems?" It was a question that had been troubling him. The more he researched dimensional physics, with Starfire translating the more complex Titan database entries, the more he worried that any solution would create new problems. Starfire considered his question carefully. "I believe there is a difference between a connection that is severed and one that simply stretches across distance, even across dimensions. True bonds do not require physical proximity to maintain their strength." "So you think I could return home without causing dimensional chaos?" "Perhaps," she said, "or perhaps your true path lies elsewhere." The observer spoke of balance. What if balance means not returning to your original state but finding a new equilibrium? The thought was both troubling and strangely comforting. Ben had been so focused on returning home that he hadn't fully considered the possibility that his displacement might be permanent, or even necessary in some cosmic sense. Their conversation was interrupted by the tower's alarm system. Both jumped to their feet, rushing inside to check the alert. Another breach? Ben asked as they reached the computer room. Starfire checked the monitors, her expression shifting from concern to surprise. No, a communication from Robin. The Titans are returning early. The screen displayed a message indicating that the team would arrive the following morning, their mission with the Justice League having concluded sooner than expected. That's good news, right? Ben said. You said your friend Raven might know more about dimensional physics. Starfire nodded, though her expression remained complex. Yes, Raven has extensive knowledge of such matters. But... She hesitated. But I find myself somewhat reluctant for our time alone to end, she admitted, a slight flush coloring her orange-gold skin. These days have been most enjoyable, despite the circumstances. Ben felt a similar reluctance, though he hadn't acknowledged it until now. Working with Starfire, living in the tower, protecting Jump City, it had begun to feel right in a way he hadn't expected. I know what you mean, he said. It's nice having someone who understands what it's like to be displaced from home. Most people can't relate to that feeling. Starfire's smile returned. Precisely. You understand the experience of being between worlds, not fully of one place nor another. So what do we tell your friends about me? Ben asked, suddenly realizing they hadn't discussed how to explain his presence. The truth, Starfire replied simply. The Titans have encountered stranger situations than dimensional displacement. They will help us if they can. Ben wasn't so sure. In his experience, the truth about interdimensional matters tended to complicate things. But he trusted Starfire's judgment regarding her team. That night, as Ben lay in the guest quarters trying to sleep, his thoughts kept returning to their conversation on the roof. What if his displacement wasn't something to be corrected but a new path entirely? The idea should have troubled him more than it did. He missed his family desperately, Gwen, Grandpa Max, his parents, but the thought of leaving this dimension, of leaving Starfire, created a different kind of ache. Somehow, in the span of just days, she had become important to him in ways he couldn't fully articulate. Was this the connection the observer had spoken of? A bond forming between two displaced beings that could somehow anchor his presence in this dimension? If so, what did that mean for his hope of returning home? Sleep finally claimed him, but his dreams were filled with portals, cosmic observers, and a pair of emerald eyes that seemed to see through all his defenses. Morning brought a flurry of activity as Starfire prepared for her teammates' return. Ben helped where he could, though he felt increasingly nervous about meeting the other Titans. These were Starfire's family, their opinion of him mattered. Friend Cyborg enjoys breakfast foods at any time of day, Starfire explained as she assembled ingredients in the kitchen. And Beast Boy consumes only vegetable-based products. Ben nodded, trying to keep track of all the preferences she'd listed. And Robin likes coffee, black. And Raven prefers tea. Yes. You are an excellent listener. Starfire beamed at him while cracking eggs into a bowl with perhaps more enthusiasm than necessary, shell fragments landing alongside the yolks. Ben gently took the bowl from her. Here, let me help with that. He picked out the shell pieces while she moved on to preparing a tofu option for Beast Boy. Their domestic synchronicity was interrupted by the tower's security system announcing incoming aircraft. Starfire immediately abandoned the breakfast preparations, flying to the roof with Ben close behind. They arrived just as a sleek aircraft descended onto the tower's landing pad. It bore the same T insignia as the tower itself, its design both futuristic and functional. As the engines powered down, a hatch opened in the side, and 4 figures emerged. Ben recognized them from Starfire's descriptions: Robin, the team leader, compact and athletic with a domino mask and utility belt; Cyborg, half-human, half-machine with gleaming blue technology integrated into his dark skin; Beast Boy, smaller than the others with green skin and a wide grin; and Raven, hooded and mysterious in a blue cloak that concealed most of her features. Friends. Starfire called joyfully, flying toward them with arms outstretched. You have returned safely. She enveloped them in a group hug that lifted several of them off their feet, a display of both affection and impressive strength. Ben hung back, uncertain of his place in this reunion. When Starfire finally released her teammates, Robin was the first to notice Ben's presence. His masked gaze narrowed slightly, the caution of a trained leader assessing a potential threat. "Star, who's this?" he asked, his tone neutral but alert. Starfire returned to Ben's side, placing a hand on his shoulder in a gesture that clearly communicated trust. "This is friend Ben, also called Zenith. He has been assisting me in protecting Jump City during your absence." Hi," Ben said, trying for a casual wave that felt awkward even to himself. "Nice to meet you all." Beast Boy stepped forward, circling Ben with undisguised curiosity. "Dude, you look human, but you're not, are you?" "I can tell." "Beast Boy," Raven said in a monotone, "boundaries." "What?" "I'm just saying he's got this whole superpowered but hiding it vibe," Beast Boy defended himself. "Like Superman in street clothes." Cyborg approached next, his mechanical eye scanning Ben with a subtle red glow. "Interesting. Your biological readings are off the charts, man. Almost Kryptonian level, but different." "He is a Viltrumite," Starfire explained. "Though his situation is complex." Robin stepped forward, his stance relaxing slightly though his alertness remained. "I think this calls for a team meeting. Breakfast can wait." The group moved to the tower's conference room, where Starfire and Ben took turns explaining his situation, his original life as Ben Tennyson, his displacement into a Viltrumite body in another dimension, his arrival in their world, and the dimensional breaches that had followed. The Titans listened with varying reactions, Robin analytical and strategic, Cyborg fascinated by the technical aspects, Beast Boy alternating between confusion and excitement, and Raven. Ben couldn't read Raven at all behind her hood. "So you're saying you're causing these dimensional tears just by being here?" Robin asked when they finished. Ben nodded uncomfortably. "According to the Cosmic Observer, yes. And these tears will keep happening, getting bigger each time, unless you find an anchor, whatever that means," Cyborg summarized. "We believe the anchor may be a connection between myself and friend Ben," Starfire added. "Our energies together have successfully closed 2 breaches, and the symbols within the second portal suggested a link between his original form and Tamaranian energy." Raven spoke for the first time, her voice quiet but carrying a weight of knowledge. "Interdimensional displacement often requires a counterbalance. If your presence here disrupts the natural order, then something must anchor you to this reality to restore equilibrium. Can you help us figure out what kind of connection we need?" Ben asked directly. Raven's violet eyes studied him from beneath her hood. "Perhaps. I'll need to consult my books on dimensional physics. But first." She approached Ben, raising her hand toward his forehead. "May I? I need to sense your dimensional signature." Ben hesitated, then nodded. Raven's fingertips touched his forehead lightly, and immediately he felt a strange presence in his mind, not invasive but observant, like someone glancing through a window without entering. After a moment, she withdrew, her expression thoughtful. "Your consciousness retains the dimensional frequency of your home universe, but your physical form is attuned to a third dimension, neither ours nor your original one. It's creating a three-way dissonance that's destabilizing the barriers." "So what does that mean for finding a solution?" Robin asked. "It means any anchor must address both aspects of his displacement," Raven replied. "Not just his presence here, but the separation between his consciousness and body." The implications settled heavily over the room. Ben's situation was even more complex than they'd realized. "But there is hope," Raven continued, surprising everyone with a slight softening of her tone. "The connection he's forming with Starfire appears to be naturally harmonizing the dissonance. I could sense it when I scanned him." Starfire brightened. "Then we are on the correct path. It's a start, Raven cautioned. But strengthening that connection alone may not be enough. I'll need time to research. Robin nodded decisively. All right. Raven will research the dimensional aspects. Cyborg, can you set up monitoring for any new breaches? Already on it, Cyborg replied, tapping commands into his ARM computer. I'll create an early warning system calibrated to the energy signature from the previous incidents. Beast Boy and I will handle patrol duties while you two, Robin gestured to Ben and Starfire, focus on strengthening whatever connection is forming between you. If that's our best chance at preventing more breaches, it's a priority. Ben felt a rush of gratitude at how quickly the Titans had accepted both his story and his presence. Thank you. All of you. Dude, interdimensional visitors are like Tuesday for us, Beast Boy said with a grin. One time, I got sucked into a magical book dimension where everything was black and white. It was seriously trippy. The meeting concluded with assignments distributed and a sense of cautious optimism. As the others dispersed to their tasks, Starfire led Ben back to the kitchen. See? I told you they would help, she said, resuming breakfast preparation. Ben nodded, genuinely impressed. They didn't even question my story. Back home, even with all the weird alien stuff happening, people were always skeptical. The Titans have experienced much that defies conventional explanation, Starfire replied. And they trust my judgment regarding your character. As they worked together to salvage the interrupted breakfast, Ben found himself studying Starfire with new awareness. Raven had confirmed that their connection was somehow affecting his dimensional dissonance. But what exactly was that connection? Friendship certainly, a natural camaraderie born of shared experiences, but was there something more developing? The thought both excited and terrified him. If his anchor to this dimension depended on his relationship with Starfire, what did that mean for his hope of returning home? Before he could pursue that line of thinking further, the tower's alarm blared once again. This time, however, it wasn't the general alert but a specific pattern that had Cyborg's voice coming through the intercom moments later. New breach detected. It's bigger than the previous ones and it's downtown, financial district. Starfire immediately abandoned the kitchen, flying toward the operations center with Ben close behind. They arrived to find the other Titans already gathered around the main screen, which displayed a swirling vortex of energy at least 3 times larger than the previous breach. That doesn't look good, Ben observed grimly. It's not, Cyborg confirmed. Energy readings are off the charts. This thing could swallow half the city if it keeps expanding. Robin turned to the team, his expression determined. Titans, move out. Raven, Starfire, focus on energy containment. Cyborg, Beast Boy and I will handle evacuation and crowd control. He turned to Ben. You're with Starfire. If your combined energy closed the previous breaches, we'll need that again, but on a much larger scale. Ben nodded, determination replacing uncertainty. This was familiar territory, stepping up when a crisis demanded it. As they moved toward the exit, Raven stopped Ben with a light touch on his arm. The connection between you and Starfire, it's key to closing these breaches. Don't just combine your energies mechanically, focus on the bond forming between you. That's what harmonizes the dimensional frequencies. What bond exactly? Ben asked quietly, aware of Starfire waiting for him ahead. Raven's expression remained inscrutable. That's for you to discover. But whatever it is, it's already stronger than you realize. With that cryptic advice, she moved past him, her cloak sweeping behind her as she joined the others. Ben took a deep breath, then followed, catching up to Starfire as they launched into the air. Flying toward the breach alongside not just Starfire now but the entire Titan team, Ben felt a complex mixture of emotions. Worry about the growing danger, determination to protect this city that wasn't his, and underneath it all, a nagging question: if he succeeded in anchoring himself to this dimension through his connection to Starfire, would he ever see home again? The breach loomed ahead, a swirling maelstrom of cosmic energy that dwarfed the previous portals. Whatever answer awaited him, it would have to come after they dealt with this immediate threat. One crisis at a time, that was how Ben had always operated. Some things, at least, remained constant across dimensions. Chapter 2, Hearts Across Worlds. The dimensional breach pulsed above Jump City's financial district like a malevolent storm, swirling energy radiating outward in violent waves. Office workers fled glass-fronted buildings as windows shattered under the dimensional pressure. Cars swerved wildly as spatial distortions warped the very streets beneath them. Ben soared alongside Starfire, the Titans spread out in formation around them. From this distance, he could see just how much larger this breach was than the previous ones, a churning vortex nearly 50 feet across and growing. That is at least triple the size of the last one. Starfire called over the howling dimensional winds. And growing faster. Cyborg added, his scanners projecting data directly into his cybernetic eye. We've got minutes at most before this thing starts consuming matter. Robin's voice cut through their comms with practiced authority. Stick to the plan. Cyborg, Beast Boy, help me clear civilians from the 6-block radius. Raven, set up a containment barrier around the breach. Starfire, you and Ben prepare to close it like before. Ben watched as Beast Boy transformed into a pterodactyl, swooping down to pluck stranded civilians from rooftops, while Cyborg coordinated with emergency services. Raven hovered near the breach, arms extended as dark energy formed a semi-transparent dome around the disturbance. Her barrier won't hold for long, Starfire explained as they positioned themselves. Raven's power comes from another dimension itself, the conflict between energies strains even her abilities. They approached the breach, stopping just outside Raven's barrier. Up close, Ben could see patterns forming within the vortex similar to those in the previous portal, but more complex, more urgent somehow. The Omnitrix symbol appeared repeatedly, sometimes superimposed over Tamaranian glyphs, sometimes merging with them in new configurations. Look, he pointed. It's trying to communicate something again. Starfire's eyes narrowed as she studied the patterns. There, that formation. In Tamaranian sacred texts, it represents unity of opposites. And there, that one means transformation through connection. A sudden pulse from the breach sent cracks through Raven's barrier. Her face contorted with strain as she reinforced it, dark energy flowing from her hands. Whatever you're going to do, she called to them, voice tight with effort, do it now. Starfire turned to Ben, her eyes glowing emerald with gathered power. Remember what Raven said. Not just our energies, but our connection. Ben nodded, extending his hands to her. As their fingers intertwined, he felt the now familiar rush of her star energy flowing into him, warm and powerful, like concentrated sunlight. Focus on what binds us, Starfire said softly despite the chaos around them. What draws us together across worlds? Ben closed his eyes, concentrating on that connection. What was it that bound him to this alien girl from another world? Understanding, certainly, they both knew displacement, both carried the burden of powers that set them apart. But there was something more, something that had begun the moment they'd met, a recognition, as if some part of him had been waiting to find her. Their combined energy built between them, green starbolts and blue Viltrumite life force swirling together. Ben opened his eyes to see Starfire's face inches from his own, her expression one of intense focus and something else, a tenderness that caught his breath. Now, she whispered. Together, they directed the combined energy at the breach, a spiral of green and blue light that struck the center of the vortex. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the breach began to contract, its edges folding inward like a closing flower. But unlike the previous portals, this one fought back. Energy tendrils lashed out, striking Raven's barrier with such force that she was thrown backward. With her containment failing, the breach expanded again, resisting their efforts to close it. It's too strong. Ben shouted over the dimensional roar. We need more power. Raven recovered, flying to their position. You're approaching this wrong, she called. The energy isn't enough, the breach is responding to your connection, but it's incomplete. The anchor isn't fully formed. What do you mean? Starfire asked, still maintaining the energy flow between herself and Ben. The dimensional frequencies are still misaligned, Raven explained. Your connection is strong, but something's blocking complete resonance between you. Ben's mind raced. What was blocking their connection? He trusted Starfire, fought alongside her, felt drawn to her in ways he couldn't fully explain, but was he holding something back? The answer came in a flash of insight, yes. He was still clinging to the hope of returning home, of reclaiming his old life. Part of him was refusing to fully commit to this new reality, to the possibility that his displacement was permanent. It's me, he said, meeting Starfire's gaze. I'm holding back. I've been so focused on finding a way home that I haven't fully accepted being here, being with you. Understanding dawned in her eyes. And I have feared becoming too attached, knowing you wish to return to your dimension. We have both held part of ourselves in reserve. The breach pulsed violently, consuming part of a nearby building. Debris vanished into the vortex, disintegrating as dimensional forces tore it apart. We're out of time for hesitation, Ben said, making his decision. Whatever happens, whether I stay or find a way home, I need to be fully here, now, with you. Starfire's eyes brightened. As do I. Their hands tightened around each other's, and Ben felt something shift between them, a final barrier falling away. Their combined energy changed, the separate green and blue streams merging into a single brilliant turquoise light. That's it. Raven called. The frequencies are aligning. The unified energy beam struck the breach with renewed force. This time, the vortex didn't just contract, it began to knit itself closed, the tear in reality mending like a healing wound. With a final surge of their combined power, the breach sealed completely, collapsing with a thunderclap that echoed across the city. The dimensional pressure disappeared, leaving an eerie silence broken only by distant sirens and falling glass from damaged buildings. Ben and Starfire remained suspended in the air, still holding hands, the afterglow of their combined energy slowly fading around them. Something fundamental had changed between them, a connection forged in crisis that felt unbreakable. You did it, Robin's voice came through their comms, breaking the moment. Whatever that was, it worked. They descended to join the other Titans who had gathered in the now empty street below. Cyborg was scanning the area where the breach had been, while Beast Boy had transformed back to his human form, looking unusually serious. The breach is completely closed, Cyborg confirmed. No residual energy, no dimensional weakening. It's like it was never there. Except for all the damaged buildings, Beast Boy added, gesturing at the destruction around them. Robin approached Ben and Starfire, his expression thoughtful beneath his mask. What happened up there? Something changed in how you were approaching the breach. Before either could answer, Raven spoke. They aligned their dimensional frequencies. The connection between them stabilized enough to form a temporary anchor point. Temporary? Ben asked, suddenly concerned. Raven nodded. I sense the alignment, but it's not permanent yet. You found the method, but it will take more than one moment of connection to create a lasting anchor. So it could happen again, Robin concluded, looking at the damaged skyline. Yes, Raven confirmed, but now we understand better what we're dealing with. The breaches are responding to Ben's dimensional displacement, but also to the potential resolution of that displacement through his connection with Starfire. So I'm both the problem and the solution, Ben said wryly. Not exactly, Raven corrected. Your displacement is the problem. Your presence here isn't inherently disruptive, it's the dissonance between your consciousness, your body, and this dimension that's causing the instability. Cyborg's ARM computer beeped suddenly. Guys? I'm picking up another disturbance. Different from the breaches, but definitely on the same dimensional frequency. Where? Robin demanded. Cyborg pointed northeast. STR Labs research facility on the outskirts of the city. Looks like someone's using the dimensional disruption as cover for a break-in. Robin's expression hardened. Titans, move out. Whoever's taking advantage of this situation needs to be stopped before they make things worse. As they headed toward the new threat, Ben flew beside Starfire, processing what had just happened between them. They had connected on a deeper level than before, and it had worked. They'd closed a breach that should have been beyond their capabilities. But Raven's words troubled him. A temporary anchor meant temporary stability. To truly resolve his dimensional displacement, he would need to strengthen his connection with Starfire even further. The implication was clear: his hope of returning home and his need to stabilize his presence here were fundamentally opposed. Unless they could find another solution, one that would allow him to maintain his connection with Starfire across dimensions. The STR Labs facility came into view, a complex of white buildings surrounded by a high-security fence. One section of the facility showed signs of forced entry, a perfectly circular hole cut through reinforced walls. Precision work, Cyborg observed as they landed. Whoever did this knows exactly what they're doing. Robin motioned for them to proceed cautiously. Titans, stay alert. Raven, sense for any unusual energy. Beast Boy, take point in a form with enhanced senses. Beast Boy transformed into a green bloodhound, nose to the ground as he led them through the breach in the wall. Inside, the facility was eerily quiet, no alarms, no security response. Systems have been disabled, Cyborg whispered, checking a darkened control panel. EMP, maybe, but localized to just this section. They moved deeper into the facility, following Beast Boy's lead. The canine form suddenly stiffened, growling low in his throat as they approached a doorway marked Dimensional Research Lab. Robin signaled them to take defensive positions before nodding to Cyborg, who kicked the door open in one powerful motion. Inside, a figure stood at a central console, working methodically to extract what appeared to be a glowing blue power core from its housing. The intruder turned at their entrance, a man in sleek armor with a stylized clock emblem on the chest, his face obscured by a helmet with a darkened visor. Warp! Starfire exclaimed, her hands immediately glowing with defensive energy. You know him? Ben asked quietly. A time-traveling thief from the future, Robin answered, bow staff extended. He's tangled with the Titans before. The armored figure straightened, regarding them with apparent amusement. Titans. Right on schedule, as always. Whatever you're stealing, put it down, Robin commanded. That technology isn't stable, especially with the dimensional disruptions affecting the city. On the contrary, Warp replied smoothly, his accent cultured and precise. The disruptions are precisely why I'm here. This chronometric core is useless in normal circumstances, but with the dimensional barriers weakened. He patted the device almost affectionately. It becomes exactly what I need to return home, with a few valuable souvenirs, of course. His gaze shifted, landing on Ben with sudden interest. And what have we here? You're new to this timeline, aren't you? Yet somehow familiar. Ben tensed under the scrutiny, unsure how this time traveler could perceive his dimensional displacement. My armor detects temporal and dimensional anomalies, Warp explained, as if reading his thoughts. And you, my friend, are quite the anomaly. A consciousness from one dimension, a body from another, existing in a third. Fascinating. He knows too much about you already, Starfire whispered. Be cautious. Robin had apparently heard enough. Titans, go. They launched into coordinated action, Beast Boy transforming into a rhinoceros and charging, Cyborg firing his sonic cannon, Raven levitating laboratory equipment to hurl at the thief. Robin flipped forward, staff spinning as he closed the distance. Warp responded with practiced ease, a bubble of temporal energy expanding from his armor to slow the incoming attacks. Objects and energy blasts moved at a fraction of their normal speed within the field, giving him ample time to sidestep. Predictable as always, he sighed, adjusting controls on his gauntlet. Though I must admit, your coordination has improved since our last encounter. Starfire flew above the temporal field, firing starbolts from beyond its range. Your technology cannot slow light energy, warp. The blast struck his armor, causing him to stagger slightly. Perhaps not. But I've made some upgrades since our last meeting. He activated something on his chest plate, and a pulse of energy shot outward, specifically targeting Starfire. She dodged the first blast but was caught by the second, her flight faltering as the energy wrapped around her like glowing chains. Specifically calibrated to Tamaranian energy signatures, Warp explained with evident pride. I did my research after our last encounter. Ben reacted instinctively, flying towards Starfire as she began to fall. He caught her easily, his Viltrumite strength making her weight negligible. Are you hurt? He asked urgently. The energy binding suppress my powers, she replied, struggling against the glowing restraints. But I am uninjured. Ben set her gently on the ground before turning toward Warp, anger building inside him. The other Titans were still contending with the temporal field, their attacks moving in frustrating slow motion. You made a mistake, Ben said, advancing on the armored thief. You focused on countering their abilities because you fought them before. But you don't know what I can do. Warp turned his full attention to Ben, adjusting controls on his gauntlet. An oversight I'm correcting now. Let's see, your cellular density suggests extraordinary strength and durability. Likely super speed as well. Similar to Kryptonian physiology, but with distinct differences. He fired a blast from his gauntlet, similar to the one that had bound Starfire. Ben didn't bother dodging, instead, he flew directly through it, the energy dissipating harmlessly against his Viltrumite physiology. Interesting, Warp muttered. Not Kryptonian after all. Ben closed the distance faster than Warp could react, grabbing the front of his armor and lifting him off the ground. Here's something else your scanners might have missed, I don't like when people hurt my friends. With his other hand, he ripped the chronometric core from Warp's grasp, being careful not to damage the clearly volatile technology. The moment the core left Warp's possession, the temporal field collapsed, freeing the other Titans from their slow-motion prison. This is impossible, Warp protested, genuine shock in his voice. My technology is centuries ahead of this era. Maybe, Ben acknowledged, but some things are pretty consistent across time and space. Like the fact that armor joints are always a weak point. He applied precise pressure to the elbow articulation of Warp's suit, causing the control systems to short out with a shower of sparks. The energy bindings around Starfire dissolved immediately. She rose to her feet, flexing her hands as her powers returned. Your calculations failed to account for Ben, she said, approaching them with glowing eyes. As they failed to account for me when last we met. Cyborg stepped forward, taking the chronometric core from Ben and examining it carefully. This thing's still unstable. The dimensional disruptions have it halfway activated already. All part of my plan, Warp said, somehow maintaining his composure despite being held aloft by Ben. The core needs dimensional energy to function properly. Your breaches provided exactly the conditions I required. Robin narrowed his eyes. You knew about the breaches in advance? How? I am from the future, child, Warp replied condescendingly. These events are history to me. Raven moved closer, her eyes glowing white beneath her hood. You're lying. These dimensional disruptions are unique to this timeline, they're not part of the established history you know. Warp's confident demeanor faltered slightly. You're more perceptive than I gave you credit for, Witch. Yes, the breaches are new, an unexpected variable. But a valuable one for my purposes. What purposes? Ben demanded, tightening his grip slightly on the armor. Transportation, of course. My original time portal was destroyed in our last encounter, he glanced at Starfire, who returned his gaze coldly. I've been stranded in this primitive era, seeking alternative means of returning to my time. And the dimensional breaches would give you the energy you need, Cyborg concluded, studying the core. But this tech isn't designed for time travel, it's for dimensional phasing. You weren't just trying to go to the future, you were trying to cross dimensions at the same time. A smile was evident in Warp's voice despite his concealed face. Very good. The timeline I come from has been compromised. I need to reach an alternate future, one where my knowledge and technology will still have value. So you were going to use the dimensional instability I'm causing to power your escape, Ben said, understanding dawning. Even if it meant making the breaches worse. A regrettable side effect, Warp admitted without a trace of regret. But necessary for my survival. Surely you understand, dimensional traveler. We do what we must to find our proper place. The comparison struck uncomfortably close to home. Wasn't Ben himself willing to risk dimensional instability to find a way back to his own world? Starfire seemed to sense his discomfort. She placed a hand on his arm, her touch grounding him. There is a difference between seeking a way home and willingly endangering others for personal gain. Robin stepped forward. Warp's going back to containment at Justice League headquarters. They have facilities designed to hold time travelers. And the core? Cyborg asked, still examining the device. Secure it here for now, Robin decided. We might need it for research, it could help us understand the dimensional breaches better. As Cyborg carefully returned the chronometric core to its housing, Ben finally set Warp down, maintaining a firm grip on his disabled armor. The time traveler offered no resistance, seeming almost amused by the situation. You believe you've won some victory here, Warp said quietly, for Ben's ears alone. But you haven't even begun to understand the forces you're dealing with. Dimensional displacement is not a random accident, it has purpose, always. What do you know about it? Ben demanded. Warp chuckled. I know history, futures that may or may not come to pass. And I know that in some timelines, the being called Ben 10 never returns to his home dimension. His destiny lies elsewhere. Before Ben could question him further, Robin and Cyborg approached with specialized restraints designed to neutralize Warp's remaining technology. As they secured the time traveler, Ben stepped back, troubled by the encounter. Starfire joined him, concern evident in her expression. What did he say to you? Nothing concrete, Ben replied. Just trying to get in my head. But Warp's words lingered as they departed the facility. Dimensional displacement is not a random accident, it has purpose. Was there some greater reason he'd been sent here? Some destiny he hadn't yet recognized? Back at Titan's tower, the team gathered to assess the situation. The chronometric core had been secured in the tower's vault, with Cyborg establishing monitoring systems to detect any unusual energy fluctuations. Warp is contained, Robin reported, returning from communication with the Justice League. They've placed him in a temporal isolation cell. He won't be causing any more trouble. Don't be so sure, Raven cautioned. Warp has escaped Justice League containment before. His knowledge of future technology gives him advantages we can't always anticipate. Beast Boy flopped onto the couch, exhaustion evident. Dude, is it just me, or are the bad guys getting more complicated? Used to be they just wanted to rob banks or take over the city. Now it's all time travel and dimensional whatever. The multiverse is constantly seeking balance, Raven explained, her tone suggesting this was fundamental knowledge everyone should possess. When significant disruptions occur, like Ben's displacement, opportunists like Warp emerge to exploit the instability. Ben leaned against the wall, arms crossed. So I'm basically a dimensional dinner bell for every interdimensional crook and time-traveling thief out there? Not exactly, Raven corrected. But your presence does create a unique energy signature that certain technologies can detect. Warp's chronometric core was designed to locate and harness dimensional weaknesses. Cyborg brought up a holographic display from his ARM computer. Speaking of which, I've been analyzing the data from today's breach and comparing it with readings from the previous ones. There's a pattern forming. The display showed 3 energy signatures, each with similar base patterns but increasing in complexity and intensity. The breaches aren't just getting bigger, they're getting more structured, he explained. Almost like they're evolving, becoming more organized each time. That tracks with what we've seen, Ben said. The first one was just a random tear. The second one showed symbols, the Omnitrix and Tamaranian glyphs. The third had complex patterns, almost like sentences. Starfire nodded. The symbols are becoming more intricate, communicating more specific information. So what's it trying to tell us? Robin asked. Raven studied the energy patterns. I believe the breaches themselves are attempts at communication, perhaps from whatever force displaced Ben in the first place. The Omnitrix, Ben said quietly. When Vilgax attacked it with the Tachyon disruptor, it was trying to protect me. My grandfather said it was searching across realities for a solution. That aligns with what I've sensed, Raven agreed. The energy signatures have the same fundamental frequency as the residual power I detected in your consciousness, what you call the Omnitrix energy. Starfire looked troubled. But if the Omnitrix is attempting to communicate, why create destructive breaches that endanger this city? It might not understand the effect it's having, Cyborg suggested. Or it might not have a choice. Dimensional communication isn't exactly a precision science. Robin paced thoughtfully. So we have two problems, preventing more breaches from forming, and deciphering what these breaches are trying to communicate. Three problems, Raven corrected. We still need to stabilize Ben's dimensional presence more permanently. The temporary alignment you achieved today won't last indefinitely. All eyes turned to Ben and Starfire, who exchanged glances, both slightly uncomfortable with the scrutiny. So, how exactly do they do that? Beast Boy asked, glancing between them. Some kind of alien mind meld thing or what? Raven's expression remained neutral, but her tone carried a hint of impatience. The specifics will be unique to them. What matters is that they continue strengthening whatever connection allowed them to align their dimensional frequencies during the breach closure. Which means, Robin translated practically, you two should spend time together, focusing on understanding that connection while the rest of us work on the technical aspects and city defense. Ben felt his face warm slightly. Put that way, it sounded like the team leader was essentially ordering them to develop their relationship. Starfire seemed to have no such reservations. We shall dedicate ourselves to this task with great diligence, she declared, her enthusiasm drawing a small smile even from Raven. While you do that, Cyborg said, turning back to his displays, I'll keep analyzing these breach patterns. If they're trying to tell us something, I want to know what it is before the next one shows up. And I will consult my books on dimensional communication, Raven added. There are rituals that might allow for more controlled contact with the source of these breaches. Beast Boy and I will handle patrol duties, Robin concluded. With warp contained, we should be prepared for other opportunists who might try to take advantage of the situation. With assignments distributed, the meeting concluded. As the team dispersed to their various tasks, Ben followed Starfire to the tower's rooftop garden, a space she'd shown him during his first days there, explaining that it helped her feel connected to Tamarin's natural beauty. The evening sun cast long shadows across the carefully tended plants, many of which Ben didn't recognize. Alien species, he guessed, collected from Starfire's travels or gifted by other extraterrestrial allies. This place helps me think, Starfire said, settling onto a stone bench among flowering plants with bioluminescent petals that were beginning to glow as darkness approached. And I believe we have much to consider. Ben sat beside her, careful not to damage the delicate vegetation with his still unfamiliar strength. That's an understatement. Dimensional breaches, time-traveling thieves, quantum anchoring, and now we're supposed to work on our connection like it's a school assignment. Starfire smiled at his description. Does it trouble you? The idea that our bond might be something destined rather than merely coincidental? I don't know, Ben admitted. I've never been big on destiny. Back home, I always figured I got the Omnitrix by accident, just being in the right place at the right time. Or wrong place, depending on how you look at it. And now? He considered the question seriously. Now I'm not so sure. The Omnitrix sent me across dimensions into a body that could handle the transition. It led me to this specific Earth, where I happened to meet you, another displaced alien who understands what it's like to be caught between worlds. That's a lot of coincidences. The luminescent flowers brightened as full darkness fell, casting a soft, multicolored glow across Starfire's features. In that light, she looked even more otherworldly, beautiful in a way that transcended human standards. On Tamarin, she said softly, we believe that souls recognize each other across lifetimes. Not just romantic connections, but all meaningful bonds. Perhaps something similar exists across dimensions as well. Soul recognition, Ben repeated. You mentioned that before. She nodded. It is why I felt immediate trust toward you, despite the strangeness of your arrival. Something in me recognized something in you. Ben thought back to their first meeting, how natural it had felt to fight alongside her, how quickly they'd established an unspoken coordination that usually took years to develop. I felt it too, he acknowledged. But I don't know if that's enough to create this anchor we need. Perhaps that is because we are still thinking of the anchor as something we must create, Starfire suggested, rather than something we must simply acknowledge and strengthen. Ben raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? When we closed the breach today, we did not create something new between us. We merely ceased holding part of ourselves back. Her gaze was direct, unflinching. I stopped fearing your eventual departure. You stopped fixating on return. In that moment, we were fully present with each other. The insight struck Ben with unexpected force. She was right, the power that had closed the breach hadn't come from some new technique or increased energy output. It had come from a moment of complete acceptance and connection. So the anchor already exists, he said slowly. We just need to stop resisting it. Starfire nodded, pleased that he understood. Precisely. The question becomes not how to create an anchor, but how to maintain the state of connection we achieved today. It sounded simple when she put it that way, but Ben knew it was anything but. Fully embracing his connection to Starfire meant accepting that his displacement might be permanent, that his destiny might truly lie in this dimension rather than his home universe. Could he do that? Could he let go of the hope of returning to Gwen, Grandpa Max, and his parents? I see the conflict within you, Starfire said gently. You need not make a final choice this moment. Perhaps there is a path that allows both, a connection strong enough to stabilize your presence here while still leaving open the possibility of return. Is that even possible? I do not know, she admitted. But I believe it is worth seeking such a path before resigning ourselves to either extreme. Ben felt a rush of gratitude for her understanding. Most people would have pushed for the solution that benefited them most, either encouraging him to fully commit to staying or supporting his desire to return home. Starfire instead recognized and respected the complexity of his position. Thank you, he said simply. For getting it. For not making this harder than it already is. She smiled, the expression warming her entire face. We are both travelers between worlds, friend Ben. If anyone understands the pain of divided loyalty, it is I. Their conversation was interrupted by the tower's alarm, not the urgent crisis signal, but a notification that someone was approaching. They both rose, moving to the edge of the rooftop to see a sleek aircraft descending toward the landing pad. That is not a Titan vehicle, Starfire observed, her hands beginning to glow defensively. Friendly? Ben asked, preparing for potential trouble. The aircraft touched down, its design unlike anything Ben had seen, somewhere between a jet and a spacecraft, with elegant lines that suggested both speed and power. As the engines powered down, a hatch opened in the side, and a tall, powerfully built figure emerged. Even from a distance, there was something imposing about the newcomer. Dressed in a blue and red uniform with a flowing red cape, he carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone accustomed to authority. Starfire's defensive posture immediately relaxed, her energy dissipating. It is Superman, she said, a note of respect evident in her voice. A member of the Justice League and one of Earth's greatest heroes. Superman. Ben had heard the name mentioned before but hadn't fully registered its significance. What's he doing here? I do not know. The League rarely involves itself in Titan matters unless the situation has wider implications. There was concern in her tone now. His arrival suggests our dimensional problem may be growing beyond Jump City. They watched as Robin emerged from the tower to greet the visitor. Though too distant to hear their conversation, the serious expressions and quick gestures suggested urgent matters being discussed. We should join them, Starfire said, already rising into the air. Ben followed, curiosity and concern mingling as they descended to the landing pad. As they approached, he got his first clear look at Superman, and understood immediately why this was someone even the Titans treated with deference. It wasn't just the physical presence, though that was impressive enough. There was something in his bearing, a combination of strength and compassion that reminded Ben, oddly enough, of Grandpa Max, if Grandpa Max could fly and probably bench press mountains. Robin was in mid-sentence as they landed. Detecting similar anomalies in Metropolis and Central City. The League is concerned this could become global. Superman nodded in greeting to Starfire, then turned curious eyes to Ben. You must be the dimensional visitor Robin mentioned. I'm Superman. He extended a hand with a surprisingly approachable smile. Ben, he replied, shaking the offered hand and noting the carefully controlled strength, similar to how he now had to monitor his own. Or Zenith, I guess, in this form. The Kryptonian has arrived, came Raven's voice as she emerged from the tower, followed by Cyborg and Beast Boy. The situation must be escalating if the League has sent you personally. Superman's expression grew more serious. It is. The dimensional breaches aren't confined to Jump City anymore. We've recorded similar phenomena in 3 other locations in the past hour. Fortunately, they've closed on their own so far, but they're growing in frequency and intensity. Just like the observer warned, Ben said grimly. Each breach bigger than the last, spreading outward. The Justice League has been monitoring the situation since your first report, Superman explained. But now that it's affecting multiple cities, we need to coordinate our response. Robin says you too, he nodded to Ben and Starfire, have developed a method of closing these breaches. It is not a perfect solution, Starfire cautioned. Each closure requires greater energy and stronger connection between us. And we're still working on a permanent fix, Ben added. Superman nodded thoughtfully. The League has resources that might help, including technology for interdimensional communication at the Watchtower. If these breaches are attempts at contact from Ben's home dimension, perhaps we can establish more controlled communication. That could actually work, Cyborg said, excitement building in his voice. If we could align the Watchtower's systems with the frequency of the breaches, we might communicate without needing further tears in dimensional fabric, Raven finished. Exactly, Superman confirmed. But we'd need you both to come to the Watchtower. Your unique energy signatures would help calibrate the systems. Ben and Starfire exchanged glances. The Watchtower, the Justice League's orbital headquarters, from what Ben had gathered, represented access to technology and expertise beyond even what the Titans possessed. When do we leave? Ben asked. Immediately, if possible, Superman replied. The dimensional activity is increasing exponentially. Dr. Fate and Zatanna are already attempting magical containment, but they believe a technological approach might be more effective in this case. Robin stepped forward. I'll coordinate with the other Titans to maintain protection of Jump City while you're gone. With warp contained, we should be able to handle any opportunistic criminals. Take the T-ship, Cyborg suggested. I've installed a new hyperdrive module that should get you to the Watchtower in under an hour. Preparations moved quickly after that. While Cyborg readied the T-ship, Ben and Starfire gathered what little equipment they might need. Superman conferred with Robin on security protocols and communication channels, ensuring the Titans would remain connected to League resources. As Ben packed a small bag with spare clothing, recently acquired with the Titans' help, he found himself wondering about this new development. The Justice League, Earth's premier superhero team, from what he understood, was taking his situation seriously enough to offer their most advanced technology. It was both reassuring and deeply concerning. If organizations of this caliber were worried about the dimensional breaches, the situation must be even more severe than he'd realized. Starfire appeared in his doorway, her own preparations complete. "Are you ready, friend Ben?" He nodded, slinging the bag over his shoulder. "As ready as I can be to visit an orbital superhero headquarters to try to communicate with my home dimension through experimental technology." She smiled at his summary. "When described that way, it does sound rather extraordinary." "Just another Tuesday for heroes, right?" he replied, returning her smile despite his nervousness. "Indeed. Though today is actually Thursday." Her literal interpretation of his joke, reminding him of her occasional struggles with Earth idioms, lightened his mood as they headed to the hangar where the T-ship awaited. The vessel was impressive, larger than he'd expected, with multiple cockpit sections arranged in a circular pattern around a central hub. Cyborg was making final adjustments to the controls, while Superman waited nearby. "The ship is programmed with watchtower coordinates," Cyborg explained as they approached. "Superman will fly escort in case you encounter any problems." "You're not coming with us?" Ben asked, surprised. Superman shook his head. "I'll accompany you to ensure safe passage, but then I need to return to Metropolis. There's been a breach there that's remained stable longer than the others. We're concerned it might be growing into something more dangerous." Ben felt a twinge of guilt, knowing these problems stemmed from his presence in this dimension. "I'm sorry about all this. If I could control these breaches." "This isn't your fault," Superman interrupted, his tone gentle but firm. "From what Robin has told me, you didn't choose to be displaced. You're as much a victim of these circumstances as anyone." The compassion in his voice reminded Ben again of Grandpa Max, the same unwavering support and belief in doing what was right, regardless of the challenges. "Thanks," he said simply. "We'll do whatever we can to fix this." Superman nodded, and Ben could see why people would follow this man into any battle. There was something about him that inspired confidence, a presence that went beyond his obvious physical power. "The ship is ready," Cyborg announced. "Starfire knows the controls, so just follow her lead, Ben." They boarded the T-ship, settling into adjacent cockpit sections. Ben watched as Starfire initialized systems with practiced ease, her fingers dancing across control panels that would have been incomprehensible to him just weeks ago. His Viltrumite mind absorbed the information quickly, however, recognizing patterns in the design that seemed logical even without formal training. "Have you ever been to space before?" Starfire asked as the hangar doors above them opened to reveal the night sky. "A few times," Ben replied, thinking back to his adventures with the Omnitrix. "But not in this body, and not to a space station full of superheroes." She smiled, continuing pre-flight checks. "The watchtower is quite magnificent. The League has created an impressive balance between functionality and comfort." The engines hummed to life beneath them, a deep vibration that spoke of contained power. Through the viewports, Ben could see Superman hovering nearby, ready to escort them. "All systems nominal," Starfire reported. "Preparing for launch in 3, 2, 1. The T-ship rose smoothly through the hangar opening, accelerating rapidly once clear of the tower. The night sky darkened around them as they gained altitude, stars becoming more visible as they left Earth's atmosphere behind. Ben watched in fascination as the blue curve of the planet appeared below them, a breathtaking vista of oceans, land masses, and swirling cloud formations. Despite all his interstellar adventures as Ben 10, the sight of Earth from space never failed to inspire awe. "Beautiful, is it not?" Starfire said softly, noticing his expression. "No matter how many worlds I visit, the view of a planet from orbit always feels sacred somehow." Ben nodded, understanding exactly what she meant. There was something profound about seeing an entire world at once, all its complexities and conflicts reduced to a fragile sphere hanging in the void. Superman kept pace alongside them, occasionally adjusting his position to check something below. Even in the vacuum of space, he moved with the same graceful control, completely at home in an environment that should have been lethal. How does he do that? Ben wondered aloud. Survive in space without a ship or suit. Kryptonians possess extraordinary abilities under Earth's yellow sun, Starfire explained. Survival in space is among them, though I believe even he cannot remain indefinitely without returning for air eventually. As they continued their ascent, a structure became visible against the backdrop of stars, a massive satellite in high Earth orbit, its design clearly intended for more than mere observation. Solar panels extended like wings from a central hub, with docking bays and observation decks visible along its perimeter. The watchtower, Starfire announced, initiating docking procedures. Home of the Justice League and Earth's first line of defense against extraterrestrial threats. Superman gestured toward one of the docking bays, and Starfire adjusted their course accordingly. The approach was smooth, the T-ship's systems interfacing seamlessly with the watchtower's guidance beacons. As they docked, Ben felt a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. This was a significant escalation in their efforts to address his dimensional displacement, involving a whole new level of heroes and technology. Whatever happened here would likely determine whether he could ever return home, or whether he was destined to remain in this dimension permanently. The docking clamps engaged with a satisfying thunk that reverberated through the hull. Pressure equalized with a brief hiss, and the cockpit hatches unlocked automatically. "We have arrived," Starfire said, unfastening her restraints. "Are you ready to meet the Justice League?" Ben took a deep breath, centering himself. "Ready as I'll ever be." They exited the T-ship into a spacious docking bay where Superman awaited them, along with two other figures, a dark-skinned man in a glowing green uniform, and a woman dressed in an outfit reminiscent of ancient Greek warriors, complete with a golden lasso at her hip. "Green Lantern and Wonder Woman," Starfire whispered to Ben. "Two of the League's founding members." Superman made the introductions. "John Stewart, Diana, this is Ben, the dimensional traveler I mentioned, and Starfire of the Titans." Green Lantern nodded formally. "The dimensional disruptions have attracted attention beyond Earth. The Guardians have expressed concern about potential breach points near OA. And Themyscira has reported unusual tidal patterns consistent with dimensional thinning," Wonder Woman added, her accent giving her words a melodic quality. "Whatever is happening, it's affecting mystical locations as well as technological ones." The situation was clearly more serious than Ben had realized. If these breaches were spreading to other planets and mystical realms, the potential for damage was far greater than he'd feared. "We should proceed directly to the laboratory," Superman suggested. "The others are waiting." As they moved through the watchtower's corridors, Ben was struck by the facility's scope and technology. Advanced systems lined the walls, and through various viewports, he could see chambers dedicated to everything from tactical planning to medical treatment. The people they passed were equally impressive, heroes in distinctive costumes, technicians managing complex equipment, even beings who were clearly not human but worked alongside Earth's defenders as equals. "The League currently has 27 full members and dozens of associates," Superman explained, noticing Ben's interest. "We maintain the Watchtower as a coordination center and first response base for global and interstellar threats." They arrived at a large laboratory where several more people were gathered around complex equipment. Ben recognized the general concept of dimensional scanning technology, though the specifics were far more advanced than anything he'd seen before. "Our guests have arrived," Superman announced. A man in an elaborate golden helmet turned toward them, his face completely obscured. His cape and bodysuit seemed to shift colors slightly as he moved, suggesting power beyond mere fabric. "The dimensional anomaly in human form," he said, his voice carrying an otherworldly resonance. "I am Dr. Fate, master of the mystic arts. Your presence here creates ripples across multiple planes of existence." Nice to meet you too," Ben replied, unsure how to respond to such a statement. A red-suited man with a lightning bolt emblem zipped over at impossible speed, appearing beside them instantly. "Don't mind fate, he's always dramatic. I'm the Flash. You must be Ben. Superman told us about your situation, consciousness from one dimension, body from another, stuck in a third. That's rough, kid." The casual greeting was somehow reassuring after Dr. Fate's mystical pronouncement. Ben found himself warming to Flash immediately. "We've been monitoring the dimensional breaches," continued a green-skinned individual with an elongated head, his tone calmly analytical. "Their pattern of expansion follows quantum wave theory, suggesting a coordinated source rather than random instability. This is John Johns, the Martian Manhunter," Superman introduced. "Our foremost expert on extraterrestrial physics." The laboratory was clearly divided between technological and mystical approaches. On one side, complex machinery hummed and displayed readings on multiple screens. On the other, mystical symbols had been drawn on the floor, with artifacts arranged in precise patterns. "We've been approaching the problem from both scientific and magical perspectives," Wonder Woman explained. "The dimensional barriers exist in both realms simultaneously." Dr. Fate gestured toward Ben. "If you would step into the scanning chamber, we can begin mapping your dimensional frequency more precisely. You as well, Tamaranian, as your energy appears to be a stabilizing factor." Ben and Starfire were directed to a circular platform surrounded by both technological sensors and mystical symbols. As they stood together at its center, Ben felt Starfire's hand slip into his, a gesture of reassurance that he appreciated more than she could know. "The process is harmless," John assured them. "We are merely reading the dimensional frequencies you both emanate." The machinery around them activated with a low hum, while the mystical symbols began to glow with golden light. Ben felt a slight tingling sensation, not unlike what he'd experienced when transforming with the Omnitrix, a feeling of being scanned at a fundamental level. "Fascinating," Dr. Fate murmured, observing whatever readings he was receiving. "His consciousness still vibrates at the frequency of his home dimension, while his physical form carries the signature of yet another reality. And look at the interaction with the Tamaranian's energy," Flash pointed out, zipping between display panels faster than Ben could follow. "There's a harmonic convergence where their frequencies meet." John studied the readings with intense concentration. "The dimensional dissonance is what's creating the breaches. When his consciousness attempts to realign with its home dimension, it creates tears in the fabric of reality. But their combined energy signatures stabilize the dissonance temporarily," Wonder Woman observed. "Interesting." The scanning process continued for several minutes, with the League members occasionally conferring in technical terms that Ben couldn't fully follow. Finally, the equipment powered down, and the mystical symbols faded back to normal. "We have what we need," John announced. "The data confirms our theory." Ben stepped off the platform, still holding Starfire's hand. "Which is?" Superman gestured toward a large display screen where complex waveforms pulsed in different colors. "Your consciousness is being pulled back toward your home dimension, a natural process, like gravity trying to return an object to its proper place. But your Viltrumite physiology is anchored to its dimension of origin as well. You're being pulled in two directions at once," Flash simplified. "That tension creates the breaches. But when you and Starfire combine your energies," John continued, "her unique Tamaranian frequency acts as a harmonic stabilizer, temporarily resolving the dissonance." Dr. Fate stepped forward, his helmet gleaming under the laboratory lights. "The mystical implications are clear. You require an anchor, not merely temporary alignment, but a permanent bond that harmonizes the three-dimensional frequencies involved. We've theorized that such anchoring might be possible through the Watchtower's dimensional communicator," Superman explained. "If we can establish controlled contact with your home dimension, we might be able to stabilize the connection rather than fighting against it." Hope surged through Ben. "You mean I could communicate with my family? Let them know I'm alive?" "Potentially," John cautioned. "The technology is experimental, and the dimensional barriers are already strained. We must proceed carefully." Starfire squeezed his hand gently. This is promising news, is it not? A way to maintain connection without further breaches. Ben nodded, trying not to let his excitement override caution. The possibility of contacting home, of speaking with Gwen and Grandpa Max again, was almost overwhelming after months of displacement. How soon can we try? He asked. The calibrations will take several hours, John replied. We must precisely align the communicator with your dimensional frequency without creating additional instability. In the meantime, Wonder Woman suggested, you should rest. Dimensional work takes a toll on the body and spirit alike. Superman nodded in agreement. We've prepared quarters for you both. Flash can show you there, and will call you when the communicator is ready. As if on cue, Flash appeared beside them with a friendly grin. Watchtower tour and accommodation escort, at your service. Trust me, the cafeteria alone is worth the trip. They have everything. The levity was welcome after the intense technical discussion. Ben and Starfire followed Flash from the laboratory, leaving the League members to their preparations. Flash proved to be an enthusiastic guide, showing them key areas of the watchtower at a pace that was considerate of their ability to absorb information, though Ben suspected it was painfully slow by the speedster's standards. And this is the observation deck, he announced, leading them into a vast chamber with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of Earth below. Best view in the house. I come here to think sometimes, when planet-side problems seem too big to handle. Helps with perspective. Ben approached the window, mesmerized by the sight. Earth hung in the blackness of space, a blue jewel wrapped in swirling white clouds and teeming with life. From this distance, the dimensional breaches weren't visible, the planet appeared peaceful, untroubled. It's amazing, he said quietly. Makes everything else seem small. But not unimportant, Starfire added, joining him at the window. The smallness is an illusion of distance. Each life below remains as significant as ever. Flash watched them with an approving smile. You two get it. That's exactly it. He glanced at a display on his wrist. I should get back to help with the calibrations. Your quarters are just down the corridor, adjacent rooms, fully stocked with whatever you might need. The cafeteria's one level down if you get hungry. With a friendly wave, he disappeared in a blur of motion, leaving them alone on the observation deck. For a while, they simply stood together, watching Earth rotate slowly beneath them. The silence was comfortable, a shared appreciation for the moment and the view. Are you hopeful about the communicator? Starfire finally asked. Ben considered the question carefully. Yes, but also nervous. What if I can reach them but can't get back? Would that be better or worse than not knowing? Knowledge is preferable to uncertainty, she replied. Even painful knowledge provides a foundation upon which to build. You sound like Grandpa Max, Ben said with a small smile. He was always big on facing reality, no matter how difficult. He sounds most wise, Starfire observed. I would like to meet him someday. The casual comment carried significant implications. If she met Grandpa Max, it would mean either Ben had found a way home and brought her with him, or Max had somehow crossed dimensions to join Ben here. Either scenario represented a level of dimensional travel they hadn't yet achieved, and both implied an ongoing connection between Starfire and Ben, regardless of which dimension they occupied. I think he'd like you, Ben said, realizing it was true. Grandpa Max had always appreciated strength of character and moral clarity, qualities Starfire possessed in abundance. She smiled, clearly pleased by the assessment. And I believe I would like him as well, having heard how he shaped you into the hero you became. The conversation drifted to more personal topics as they left the observation deck, making their way toward the quarters Flash had mentioned. Ben found himself sharing stories of his early adventures with the Omnitrix, the mistakes he'd made, the lessons he'd learned, the gradual progression from a child playing with power to a young man accepting responsibility. Starfire, in turn, told him more about her life on Tamaran, the royal expectations placed upon her from birth, her complicated relationship with her sister, and the events that had led to her arrival on Earth. Her stories revealed a depth of experience and resilience that explained much about her character. Their quarters proved to be comfortable and thoughtfully appointed. Adjacent rooms connected by a shared common area, each containing sleeping accommodations adapted to their specific physiologies. The attention to detail impressed Ben. Someone had researched both Viltrumite and Tamaranian needs. The League is most thorough in their hospitality, Starfire observed, examining a selection of foods that had been provided. They have even included zorkaberries. These are quite rare beyond Tamarin's solar system. Ben explored his own quarters, noting how the bed was reinforced to support his Viltrumite density and the environmental controls set to parameters that would have been uncomfortable for humans but were ideal for his current physiology. "They don't miss much, do they?" he commented. "The Justice League maintains detailed files on all known alien species," Starfire explained. "It is both for diplomatic purposes and tactical preparation." The implications of that statement might have been concerning in another context, but Ben understood the necessity. Earth in this dimension seemed to be a nexus for extraterrestrial activity, both benevolent and hostile. Preparation was simply prudent. After freshening up and sharing a meal from the impressively stocked provisions, they settled in the common area. The emotional and physical toll of the day's events was beginning to catch up with them both. "What will you say to your family if the communicator works?" Starfire asked softly. Ben had been pondering that very question. "I'm not sure. I'm alive but trapped in another dimension in an alien body, feels like a lot to lead with." She smiled at his attempt at humor. "Perhaps start with, 'I am safe and well.' That is what worried hearts most need to hear." "You're right," he agreed. "And I'd tell them about you, how you've helped me adjust, how we've been fighting to stabilize the dimensional problems together." "You would tell them of me?" Starfire seemed surprised but pleased by the idea. "Of course. You're a big part of why I'm still sane after all this." The admission came easily, a simple truth he hadn't fully articulated before. Being displaced from everything familiar. "I don't know if I could have handled it alone." Her expression softened. "You would have found strength within yourself, as you always have. But I am grateful to have been part of your journey nonetheless." The conversation paused as a subtle vibration ran through the station, not violent enough to be concerning, but definitely noticeable. "What was that?" Ben asked, rising to his feet. Starfire frowned, moving to a communication panel on the wall. "Watchtower, this is Starfire. We felt a disturbance." "What is happening?" Superman's voice came through immediately. "We're experiencing dimensional fluctuations throughout the station. The communicator calibrations may have triggered a resonance effect. Report to the laboratory immediately." They exchanged alarmed glances before hurrying from their quarters, navigating the corridors at a run. As they approached the laboratory, the vibrations intensified, and an alarm began to sound throughout the station. The laboratory doors slid open to reveal controlled chaos. League members moved with urgent purpose between stations, adjusting equipment and monitoring readings. At the center of the room, where a large device, presumably the dimensional communicator, stood, energy crackled in patterns Ben recognized all too well. "A breach is forming," Dr. Fate called, his hands weaving complex patterns that generated golden shields around the unstable energy. The calibration accelerated the process, John explained as Ben and Starfire approached. "The communicator locked onto your home dimension's frequency too effectively. Can you close it?" Ben asked, watching the familiar swirling patterns with growing concern. "We're trying," Flash replied, his hands a blur as he adjusted controls faster than human eyes could follow. "But it's different from the previous breaches, more structured, more intentional." Ben studied the forming breach carefully. The patterns within it were indeed more organized than before, symbols arranging themselves in sequences that almost resembled sentences in an alien language. "I think it's trying to communicate directly now," he said. "Look at the patterns, they're repeating, like it's trying to establish a consistent message." Starfire moved closer, her eyes tracking the symbols. Yes. There is definite structure here. Repeating elements connected by what appear to be syntactical markers. Wonder Woman joined them, her expression concerned but determined. If it's truly attempting communication, perhaps we should respond rather than simply closing it. Too dangerous, Superman countered. The structural integrity of the watchtower is already being affected. We need to contain this before it expands further. The debate was interrupted as the breach suddenly doubled in size, energy lashing out against Dr. Fate's mystical barriers. The entire station shuddered under the dimensional pressure. Containment failing. Green Lantern reported, adding his own emerald energy shield to Dr. Fate's defenses. Ben moved forward instinctively. Starfire and I can close it, we've done it before. This breach is far more powerful than those you've previously encountered, John cautioned. The strain could be dangerous for you both. We have to try, Starfire insisted, joining Ben. If it continues growing, the watchtower itself could be pulled into the dimensional void. The League members exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them before Superman nodded. Do it, but be careful. We'll maintain containment as long as possible. Ben and Starfire positioned themselves before the breach, now pulsing with increasing intensity. The symbols within it shifted more rapidly, as if sensing their presence. Together, Starfire said, taking Ben's hands in hers. Remember, don't just focus on the energy. Focus on our connection. Ben nodded, centering himself as they had during previous closures. But this time, something felt different. As their energies began to combine, the familiar green of her starbolts merging with his blue Viltrumite life force, he felt a third resonance joining the harmony. Something's happening, he said, eyes widening. Can you feel that? Starfire nodded, her expression showing she sensed it too. A third frequency, from within the breach itself. The swirling energy of the portal seemed to be responding to their combined power, not fighting against it but synchronizing with it. The symbols within reorganized themselves, forming a clear pattern centered around the Omnitrix hourglass. It's the Omnitrix energy, Ben realized. It's not just creating these breaches, it's trying to communicate through them. As if confirming his insight, the breach contracted slightly, its chaotic energies stabilizing into a more controlled form. The symbols aligned into distinct patterns that pulsed in rhythm with their combined energy field. The communicator was working after all, Flash observed from behind his control station. Just not in the way we expected. Dr. Fate lowered his mystical shield slightly, studying the transformed breach. This is no longer a simple tear in reality. It has become a dimensional window, a controlled opening between universes. The implications struck Ben with full force. This wasn't just a destructive side effect of his displacement, it was an intentional attempt at contact from his home dimension. The Omnitrix, or whatever remained of its energy, was trying to reach him. Can we stabilize it further? He asked urgently. Make it safe enough to actually communicate through. John moved to the communicator controls. If we synchronize the device with the breach's current frequency, we might be able to establish a more controlled connection. Do it, Superman instructed, never taking his eyes off the dimensional window. As John made the adjustments, Ben and Starfire maintained their energy field, keeping the breach stable. Their connection felt stronger than ever, the alignment of their dimensional frequencies creating a harmony that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of reality. Synchronization complete, John announced after several tense minutes. The breach is now stable and contained within the communicator's field. The swirling energy contracted further, settling into a circular window approximately 6 feet in diameter. The chaotic patterns within resolved into a blurry image, what appeared to be a laboratory not entirely unlike the one they stood in, though with different technology. And within that image, moving figures gradually came into focus. It's working, Ben whispered, hardly daring to believe it. That's Plumber headquarters, I recognize the design. The image sharpened further, revealing 2 people working frantically at control panels. Though the image was distorted, Ben immediately recognized them. "Gwen," he breathed. "And Grandpa Max." They appeared older than when he'd last seen them. Gwen's hair was shorter, and Grandpa Max had more gray in his beard. How much time had passed in his dimension while he'd been displaced? "Can they see us?" he asked, voice tight with emotion. "Can they hear us?" "Unknown," John replied. "But we can attempt to strengthen the visual and auditory connection." As the Martian adjusted the communicator settings, the image stabilized further. Ben could now see details of the laboratory, plumber technology combined with what appeared to be pieces of the Omnitrix, connected to a device similar in principle to the Watchtower's dimensional communicator. They built their own communicator, he realized. They've been trying to reach me all this time. Starfire squeezed his hand in silent support, their energy field maintaining the connection between dimensions. The strain was considerable. Ben could feel the effort draining him faster than previous breach closures, but the possibility of contact with his family gave him renewed determination. "Signal strengthening," John reported. "Attempting audio synchronization now." Static filled the laboratory, gradually resolving into fragments of sound, voices distorted but recognizable. "Frequency stabilizing, lock onto the signal, Ben." "Can you hear?" The last fragment was unmistakably Gwen's voice, desperate with hope and worry. Ben felt his heart constrict at the sound. "I'm here," he called, unsure if they could hear him. "Gwen. Grandpa. I'm alive." The figures on the other side appeared to react, Gwen's head turning sharply toward their dimensional window. Her eyes widened, her mouth forming words they couldn't fully hear. "Audio connection incomplete," John said, frustration evident in his normally calm voice. "The dimensional barrier is resisting full synchronization." "Keep trying," Superman urged. "This may be their only chance." The connection fluctuated, the image blurring before sharpening again. This time, Gwen and Max were closer to their side of the window, clearly able to see something on their end. "Ben. Is that you?" Gwen's voice came through more clearly, though still fragmented. "Yes." Ben shouted. "It's me. I'm okay." Grandpa Max's voice joined in, emotional but controlled as always. "Different. Your appearance, what happened?" Ben realized they were seeing his Viltrumite form, a dramatic change from the human teenager they remembered. "It's complicated. My consciousness was transferred into a Viltrumite body in another dimension." The explanation seemed to reach them partially, judging by their reactions. Gwen's hands flew to her mouth in shock, while Grandpa Max's expression became intensely focused. "Trying to bring you home," Max's voice came through. "Omnitrix energy, tracking your consciousness, the displacement was intentional," Dr. Fate observed. "The Omnitrix saved his consciousness by sending it across dimensions before his human form was destroyed." Ben nodded, pieces falling into place. "And they've been trying to retrieve me using the remaining Omnitrix energy. That's what's causing the breaches." The connection began to destabilize, the image flickering as dimensional energies surged against the communicator's containment field. Maintaining the window was putting increasing strain on everyone involved. Ben could feel Starfire's energy flagging alongside his own. "Not much time," Gwen's voice became urgent. "Dimensional coordinates, send you something." A surge of energy pulsed through the window, manifesting as a small sphere of light that passed through the breach before the connection began to collapse further. "I think they sent something through," Flash exclaimed, monitoring the energy readings. "Some kind of data packet or energy signature." "Anchor yourself there," Max's final words came through clearly before the audio failed completely. "Find you again," the image blurred, Gwen reaching toward the window as if trying to touch Ben across the dimensional divide. Her expression was torn between joy at seeing him alive and anguish at their separation. "I'll find a way back," Ben called, unsure if they could still hear him. "I promise." With a final surge of energy, the dimensional window collapsed, the breach sealing itself more completely than any they'd closed before. The sphere of light that had passed through remained, however, hovering in the air before slowly drifting toward Ben. As it approached, Ben felt the unmistakable resonance of Omnitrix energy, the same power that had been part of him for 7 years. The sphere paused before him, pulsing in a rhythm that matched his heartbeat. "What is it?" Superman asked, approaching cautiously. "Omnitrix energy," Ben replied softly. "Pure and concentrated. They sent it through the breach." "Why?" Wonder Woman wondered. "What purpose would it serve?" Before anyone could speculate further, the sphere suddenly expanded, enveloping Ben in a cocoon of familiar green light. He felt no pain, only a warm recognition, the Omnitrix energy remembering him, recognizing his consciousness despite his changed form. The cocoon pulsed once, twice, then contracted, the energy absorbing into his body. As it did, a pattern formed on his left wrist, not the physical Omnitrix device, but a symbol burned into his Viltrumite skin, the hourglass shape that had defined his heroic identity. When the light faded completely, Ben stood unchanged externally except for that mark, but internally, he felt a profound difference. A connection restored, a piece of himself returned. "Ben." Starfire approached cautiously. "Are you all right?" He nodded, examining the symbol on his wrist. "They sent me part of the Omnitrix energy, enough to establish a permanent connection between dimensions." "An anchor point," Dr. Fate said with understanding. "They have created a dimensional tether that will allow them to locate you again, no matter which reality you occupy." The implications were staggering. His family hadn't just found him, they'd created a way to maintain contact and potentially retrieve him someday. Does this mean the breaches will stop? Superman asked the question everyone was thinking. John studied the readings from the now dormant communicator. The dimensional frequencies are stabilizing. The Omnitrix energy Ben now carries appears to be harmonizing the dissonance between his consciousness and physical form. But not completely, Raven noted, having remained quiet until now. The anchor point is established, but requires another component to maintain full stability. All eyes turned to Starfire, who stepped forward to stand beside Ben. Without words, she took his hand, and immediately the symbol on his wrist glowed brighter, its energy resonating with her own. The final component of the anchor, Dr. Fate confirmed. The Tamaranian's energy signature completes the dimensional triad, connecting his original consciousness, his current form, and this reality. Ben looked at Starfire, understanding washing over him. This was what the breaches had been trying to communicate all along. The solution to his dimensional displacement wasn't choosing between worlds, but finding a way to bridge them. And that bridge required both the Omnitrix energy from his home dimension and his connection to Starfire in this one. Together, you stabilize the dimensional frequencies, Superman observed. A remarkable solution. But what does this mean practically? Flash asked the practical question. Can Ben go home now? Stay here? Both? Dr. Fate answered with surprising directness. The anchor allows for stability regardless of his location. He could potentially travel between dimensions without causing breaches, provided the connection to both anchor points remains intact. Hope surged through Ben, not the desperate hope of returning home at any cost, but something more balanced. The possibility of maintaining connections to both worlds, of not having to choose one over the other. For now, John cautioned, the anchor is new and untested. I would recommend against attempting dimensional travel until we better understand its limitations. Ben nodded, accepting the prudent advice despite his eagerness. But the breaches should stop now. No more tears appearing randomly. The uncontrolled manifestations should cease, Dr. Fate confirmed. Any future dimensional contact would likely be intentional and controlled from either side. Relief washed through the room. The immediate crisis appeared to be resolved, the watchtower's structural integrity was no longer threatened, and Earth would be spared further random breaches. We should monitor the situation for at least 24 hours before declaring success, Superman decided. But this appears to be a significant breakthrough. As the League members returned to their stations, establishing monitoring protocols and analyzing data from the encounter, Ben found himself drawn to the observation window overlooking Earth. Starfire joined him, their hands still linked, the Omnitrix symbol on his wrist glowing softly at her touch. "Your family found you," she said softly. "They never stopped searching." "Just like I knew they wouldn't," he replied, emotion thick in his voice. "And they gave me a way back, not immediately, but eventually." Starfire's expression contained a complexity of emotions, happiness for him mixed with the shadow of potential loss. "You will return to them when it becomes possible." It wasn't quite a question, but Ben heard the uncertainty beneath her words. He turned to face her fully, still maintaining their connection. "I want to go back, to see them again, to let them know I'm okay in person," he admitted. "But I don't think it's as simple as just returning home anymore." "What do you mean?" Ben looked down at their joined hands, at the glowing symbol that represented his past and the warm orange fingers intertwined with his that represented a possible future. "The anchor works because of both connections, the Omnitrix energy from my dimension and, us, our connection, in this one. If I severed either link, the balance would fail." Understanding dawned in her eyes. "You believe you must maintain both connections." "I think that's what Grandpa Max meant by anchor yourself there," Ben explained. "He wasn't telling me to stay away, he was telling me to establish roots in this dimension so they could find me again without causing more damage." "And have you?" Starfire asked softly. "Established such roots?" The question hung between them, loaded with implications neither had fully voiced until now. Ben considered his answer carefully, aware of its importance. "I think I have," he finally said, meeting her gaze directly. "When we close the breaches, when our energies align, it feels right in a way that transcends dimensions. Like maybe being sent here wasn't just an accident or last-minute salvation. Like perhaps there was purpose to our meeting," she finished his thought. "Exactly." He smiled, feeling a weight lift as he acknowledged what had been growing between them. "I don't know what the future holds, whether I'll stay here, go home, or find some way to move between worlds. But I do know that you're part of that future, whatever form it takes." Starfire's answering smile was radiant, joy unmarred by the uncertainty that had shadowed previous conversations about his potential return home. "On Tamaran, we have a saying," she told him, her voice warm. "Paths that cross in starlight are destined to meet again, no matter how vast the distance between." "I like that saying," Ben replied. "It feels true." They stood together by the window, Earth turning slowly beneath them, the stars beyond bearing silent witness to a connection that had somehow bridged dimensions. The anchor was established, the immediate crisis averted, but both knew this was just the beginning of a journey neither had anticipated. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, two displaced heroes who had found in each other something worth crossing worlds for. The Watchtower sensors detected no new dimensional breaches over the next 24 hours. Earth returned to normal operations, the Justice League stood down from high alert, and preparations began for Ben and Starfire's return to Jump City. The League had conducted extensive tests on the nature of Ben's new anchor, confirming that the Omnitrix symbol was not merely a mark but a concentration of dimensional energy that maintained a stable connection to his home universe. When combined with Starfire's energy, the dimensional frequencies harmonized completely, neutralizing the dissonance that had caused the breaches. "The anchor should allow controlled communication in the future," John explained during their final briefing. "Your family now has a fixed point to target, rather than searching across multiple dimensions. So they could open a stable portal eventually?" Ben asked, hope evident in his voice. "Theoretically, yes," the Martian confirmed. "Though such technology would require significant power and precision. It may take them time to develop the necessary systems." Superman had arranged for League monitoring equipment to be installed at Titan's tower, ensuring any future dimensional activity would be detected early and analyzed properly. "We'll maintain regular contact," he assured them. "If anything changes or if your family attempts communication again, we'll know immediately." As they prepared to depart, Dr. Fate approached Ben with a final observation. "The path between worlds is rarely walked without purpose," he said, his resonant voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. "Your displacement and the anchor that now stabilizes it are part of a larger pattern, one that extends beyond your personal journey." "What do you mean?" Ben asked, unsettled by the mystic's cryptic words. "The dimensions you bridge, your original Earth, the Viltrumite reality, and this world, exist in delicate balance. Your unique position connecting all three may prove significant in ways not yet revealed." Before Ben could press for clarification, Dr. Fate turned away, his golden cape swirling dramatically as he departed. The theatrical exit left Ben with more questions than answers, but also a strange sense of significance, that his displacement might serve some greater purpose beyond his understanding. The return journey to Earth was uneventful, the T-ship functioning perfectly under Starfire's capable piloting. As they descended through the atmosphere, the familiar skyline of Jump City came into view, the distinctive T-shaped tower on its island becoming increasingly defined. "Home," Starfire said with evident affection as they approached. The word struck Ben differently than it would have days earlier. Jump City wasn't his original home, but it had become something more than just a temporary refuge. The Titans, and especially Starfire, had created a place for him here, a community that accepted him despite his unusual circumstances. They landed on the tower's roof to find the other Titans waiting, expressions ranging from curiosity to relief. Robin stepped forward as they disembarked, his leader's instincts immediately assessing their condition. "The Justice League sent a preliminary report," he said by way of greeting. "Sounds like you had quite an experience." "Friend Robin!" Starfire exclaimed, enveloping him in one of her enthusiastic hugs. "We have much to tell you. The dimensional breaches are resolved, and Ben has established contact with his family." Beast Boy's eyes widened. "Dude, seriously? You talked to your home dimension? That's next level awesome." "Let them breathe, Robin suggested, extricating himself from her embrace. "We can get the full briefing inside." They moved to the tower's common room, where Ben and Starfire took turns explaining everything that had happened at the watchtower, the dimensional communicator, the unexpected breach, the contact with Gwen and Grandpa Max, and finally, the Omnitrix energy that had created the anchor point. "So that's what that is," Cyborg observed, examining the hourglass symbol on Ben's wrist. "My sensors are picking up some serious energy from it, similar to the breach signatures but way more stable. The dimensional frequencies have harmonized," Raven noted, her empathic abilities allowing her to sense the change in Ben's aura. "The dissonance that was causing the breaches has been neutralized. But only when you two are together." Robin clarified, ever focused on practical details. Ben nodded. "The anchor has two components, the Omnitrix energy connecting me to my home dimension, and my connection with Starfire anchoring me here. Together, they create a stable bridge." "So you're like dimensional roommates now?" Beast Boy asked, earning an elbow from Raven. "What? I'm just trying to understand." "It's more like their energies create a balanced equation," Cyborg explained. "Ben's consciousness plus his Viltrumite body plus Starfire's energy equals dimensional stability." Robin processed this information with his usual analytical thoroughness. "And this means no more random breaches appearing in the city?" "That's what the League believes," Ben confirmed. "Any future dimensional contact should be controlled and intentional, either from this side or my family's." "Good," Robin nodded decisively. "Jump City could use a break from interdimensional phenomena. Not to mention it gives us time to repair all the damage from the previous breaches." The conversation shifted to more immediate concerns, repairs to the city, the security upgrades the Justice League had provided, and the schedule for monitoring the dimensional anchor. Through it all, Ben noticed a subtle but significant change in how the Titans interacted with him. He was no longer treated as a visitor or temporary ally, but as someone who was becoming part of the team. As evening approached, the Titans dispersed to their various activities. Cyborg headed to the garage to work on the T-car, Beast Boy convinced Raven to join him for a movie marathon, after considerable negotiation over the selection, and Robin retreated to the evidence room to update case files. Ben found himself on the tower's roof once again, watching the sunset paint the bay in shades of orange and gold. The events of the past few days had changed everything, and nothing. He was still displaced from his original dimension, still inhabiting a Viltrumite body, still adjusting to this new reality. But now there was hope, connection, and purpose where before there had been only uncertainty. He heard the roof access door open behind him and knew without looking who had joined him. Starfire's presence had become instantly recognizable, a warmth that registered on senses beyond the physical. "The sunset is glorious this evening," she observed, settling beside him on the edge of the roof. "The atmospheric conditions create exceptional color variations." Ben smiled, appreciating her blend of poetic observation and scientific understanding. "It reminds me of Bellwood sometimes, the way the light hits the water. Different bay, different buildings, but similar feeling." "You miss it still," she said, not a question but a gentle acknowledgement. "I do," he admitted. "But differently now. Before, it was this desperate ache, like I'd lost everything and needed to get it back. Now it's quieter. More like remembering a place I love but know I'll see again someday." Starfire nodded, understanding evident in her expression. "That is how I feel about Tamarin now. For many months after coming to Earth, my homesickness was a physical pain. Now it is a gentle reminder of where I began, not a demand to return." They sat in comfortable silence as the sun disappeared below the horizon, the city lights beginning to twinkle across the bay. The Omnitrix symbol on Ben's wrist glowed softly in the gathering darkness, its light intensifying slightly when Starfire's hand came to rest near it. "What happens now?" Ben asked finally. "With us, I mean. This connection between us, it's not just about closing breaches or maintaining dimensional stability anymore." Starfire turned to face him more directly, her eyes reflecting the city lights. "On Tamarin, relationships are not complicated by uncertainty or indirection. When two people recognize a connection, they simply acknowledge it and allow it to develop naturally." "That sounds a lot more straightforward than how things usually work on Earth," Ben remarked with a slight smile. "Indeed. Humans often seem to make simple matters unnecessarily complex." Her expression grew more serious. "But our situation does have genuine complexities. Your heart remains connected to your home dimension. Your future may include returning there someday." Ben considered her words carefully. "True. But that doesn't make what's happening between us any less real or important." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "Before all this, before Vilgax and the Omnitrix malfunction, I always thought my path was clear. Be a hero, protect Earth, figure out adult life eventually. Now everything's more complicated, but also, richer somehow. Like I've been given a perspective I never would have had otherwise." "How so?" Starfire asked, genuinely curious. "Being displaced showed me that home isn't just a place. It's connections, purpose, belonging." He met her gaze directly. "And somehow, against all cosmic odds, I found those things here, with the Titans, with you." The admission hung between them, honest and unadorned. Starfire's expression softened, her natural emotional openness allowing his words to reach her without reservation. "I have felt it too," she replied simply. "From our first meeting, there has been recognition between us, an understanding that transcends our different origins." She reached out, her fingers lightly tracing the glowing symbol on his wrist. "This anchor connects you to your past. But there must also be anchors to your present and future." The touch sent a resonance through the Omnitrix energy, a harmonic vibration that felt right in ways Ben couldn't fully articulate. Without conscious thought, he leaned forward, closing the distance between them. Their first kiss was gentle, exploratory, an acknowledgement of something that had been building since the moment they'd combined energies to close the first breach. When they separated, the Omnitrix symbol was glowing brighter than before, its energy pulsing in rhythm with both their heartbeats. Well, Ben said with a slightly breathless laugh, that definitely did something to the dimensional frequencies. Starfire smiled, the expression lighting her entire face. Indeed. I believe we have discovered another method of strengthening the anchor. The joke broke any remaining tension, leaving comfortable warmth in its place. As stars appeared in the darkening sky above, they remained on the rooftop, talking about everything and nothing, their pasts, their hopes, the strange cosmic circumstance that had brought them together. In the watchtower high above, monitoring systems recorded a brief surge in dimensional energy, not a breach or disturbance, but a harmonization, a strengthening of the anchor that connected worlds. The technician on duty noted it in the log but classified it as a positive development requiring no intervention. Across dimensions, in a Plummer base laboratory, similar readings appeared on Gwen Tennyson's monitors. She studied them with tired but hopeful eyes, a small smile forming as she recognized the pattern. The anchor's holding, she reported to Max, who was calibrating equipment nearby. And it's getting stronger. The elder Tennyson nodded, satisfaction evident beneath his weathered exterior. He's found his footing there. Just like we hoped. Do you really think we can bring him home someday? Gwen asked, the question she'd been afraid to voice for months finally emerging. Max's expression was thoughtful but determined. Maybe not home permanently, not anymore. But I think we'll see him again. The dimensional bridge works both ways. We just need time to strengthen our end. Gwen turned back to the monitors, watching the energy signatures pulse in perfect harmony, a connection maintained across impossible distance, bridging worlds that were never meant to touch. Hold on, doofus, she whispered to the readings. We're not giving up on you. In the tower, unaware of his cousin's renewed determination but somehow feeling more connected to his past than he had in months, Ben looked up at the stars with Starfire beside him. The future remained uncertain, filled with questions without easy answers. But for the first time since his displacement, that uncertainty didn't feel like a burden. Whatever came next, whether returning home, remaining in this dimension, or finding some path between worlds, he wouldn't face it alone. The dimensional anchor had stabilized his presence across realities, but it was the connections he'd formed, with the Titans, with Starfire, with this new life he'd never expected, that truly anchored his heart and mind. Some displacements, it seemed, were really just the beginning of finding where you truly belonged. Chapter 3, Cosmic Convergence. 6 months had passed since the establishment of the dimensional anchor. Spring had given way to summer, then autumn, and now the first hints of winter touched Jump City with crisp morning air and early sunsets. For Ben, the changing seasons marked the longest period of stability he'd experienced since his displacement. The Titan's tower's training room echoed with the sounds of intense combat, metal striking metal, energy blasts impacting reinforced walls, and the occasional shout of encouragement or instruction. Ben moved with fluid precision, his Viltrumite physiology responding instantly to his mental commands as he sparred with 3 opponents simultaneously. Robin attacked from the left, bow staff extended in a sweeping arc that would have caught most opponents off guard. Cyborg's sonic cannon fired from the right, while Beast Boy, transformed into a massive gorilla, charged from the front. Ben sidestepped Robin's strike with superhuman speed, caught Beast Boy's enormous fists in his hands, and used the momentum to swing the transformed Titan into Cyborg's sonic blast. In the same motion, he pivoted back toward Robin, closing the distance before the Titan's leader could adjust his stance. Match point, Ben announced with a grin, stopping his fist mere centimeters from Robin's chest. Robin stepped back, nodding with grudging respect. Your combat integration has improved. 6 months ago, you were relying almost exclusively on raw strength. Now you're thinking strategically. Had some good teachers, Ben replied, helping Beast Boy up as he transformed back to his human form. Dude, do you have to throw me quite so hard? Beast Boy complained, rubbing his shoulder. Some of us don't have indestructible alien bodies. Cyborg checked readings on his arm display. Interesting. Your power output is more controlled than last week. You're learning to modulate your strength precisely. It was true. The past months had been a period of intense adaptation as Ben mastered his Viltrumite abilities under the Titan's guidance. Robin had taught him advanced combat techniques that complemented his superhuman strength. Cyborg had helped him understand the scientific aspects of his physiology. Raven had instructed him in meditation methods to maintain his emotional balance despite the aggressive tendencies inherent to Viltrumite biology. And Beast Boy, despite his complaints, had provided the perfect unpredictable sparring partner with his myriad animal forms. Morning training completed successfully, came Starfire's voice from the doorway. She entered carrying a tray with several steaming mugs. "I have prepared the hot chocolate with the tiny marshmallows." Ben's face brightened at her arrival. Their relationship had deepened over the months, growing from initial connection into something neither had fully anticipated but both cherished. The dimensional anchor that linked them had strengthened accordingly, the Omnitrix symbol on Ben's wrist now a constant subtle glow rather than the intermittent pulse it had been initially. "Perfect timing," Robin said, accepting a mug. "We were just finishing up." As the team gathered around Starfire's offering, the easy camaraderie between them reflected Ben's integration into their ranks. Though never officially inducted as a Titan, he had become an essential part of the team, his unique abilities and experience complementing theirs in ways that made them all more effective. "Any word from Raven on the dimensional monitoring?" Ben asked, savoring the hot chocolate. Starfire had developed a remarkable talent for Earth cuisine, though she still occasionally added Tamaranian spices that produced unexpected results. Robin shook his head. "Nothing unusual. The anchor's been stable for months now. Whatever your family is doing on their end, it hasn't created any detectable disturbances." This was both reassuring and slightly disappointing. While Ben was grateful for the stability, no more random breaches appearing in the city, part of him had hoped for more direct communication from his home dimension. The brief connection established at the watchtower remained the only contact he'd had with Gwen and Grandpa Max. "They're probably being cautious," Cyborg suggested, reading Ben's expression. "After what happened with the breaches, they'll want to make sure any future contact is completely controlled." "Yeah," Ben agreed. "That sounds like Grandpa Max, careful and methodical." Starfire placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, the contact sending a warm resonance through the Omnitrix symbol. "They will find a way. Your family strikes me as most determined." Her understanding meant more than she could know. Despite the happiness he'd found with the Titans and especially with Starfire, the connection to his original dimension remained an important part of who he was. The dimensional anchor allowed him to maintain that connection without destabilizing reality, but it wasn't the same as seeing his family again. Their moment was interrupted by the tower's alert system, not the urgent crisis alarm, but the notification for incoming communication. The monitor on the wall activated automatically, displaying the Justice League insignia. "Titans," Superman's voice came through clearly. "We're detecting unusual energy readings that may interest you. Can you receive encrypted data?" Robin moved to the console. "Channel secured. Go ahead." The screen split, showing Superman in the watchtower alongside data streams and energy readings that meant little to Ben but caused both Robin and Cyborg to lean forward with intense interest. "These patterns emerged 3 hours ago," Superman explained. "Initially isolated to the Arctic region, but now appearing at multiple points around the globe." Cyborg whistled low. "That's a harmonic dimensional frequency if I've ever seen one. Similar to the breach patterns, but more organized." "Precisely," Superman confirmed. "Dr. Fate believes they're intentional signals rather than random disturbances. Given your experience with dimensional matters, we thought the Titans should be informed." Ben stepped closer to the screen, examining the waveforms. Something about them seemed familiar, though he couldn't place exactly why. "Are they coming from my home dimension?" "Unclear," Superman replied. "The frequency signature is similar but not identical to your dimensional anchor. It appears to be coming from a third point, neither your original dimension nor ours." A chill ran down Ben's spine that had nothing to do with the winter weather. The Viltrumite dimension. The implication hung heavy in the room. Ben's consciousness had traveled through 3 dimensions, his original Earth, the Viltrumite world where he'd briefly lived, and finally this reality. If signals were coming from the Viltrumite dimension, it raised troubling possibilities. Could they be tracking you? Robin asked directly, always focusing on tactical concerns. Your original body came from their world. I don't know, Ben admitted. I wasn't there long enough to understand their dimensional technology. But they're militaristic and expansionist. If they've detected a way to cross dimensions. He didn't need to finish the thought. Everyone present understood the implications of a race of superpowered conquerors gaining access to interdimensional travel. We should investigate immediately, Starfire declared. If these signals threaten Ben's safety or our world, we must understand their purpose. Superman nodded in agreement. The League is monitoring the situation, but we're also dealing with a situation in Atlantis that requires our primary attention. We'd appreciate the Titans taking point on this. Send us the coordinates of the strongest signal, Robin replied. We'll dispatch immediately. As the communication ended, the team snapped into action with practiced efficiency. Within minutes, they had gathered necessary equipment and boarded the T-ship, ready to investigate the mysterious dimensional signals. The coordinates Superman provided led them to a remote region in the Canadian wilderness, mountainous terrain largely untouched by human development. As they approached, Cyborg sensors detected energy readings growing exponentially stronger. Whatever's generating these signals, it's putting out serious power, he reported from the cockpit. And it's not just passively broadcasting, there's a pattern suggesting active scanning. Scanning for what? Beast Boy asked nervously. Raven, who had been meditating quietly during the journey, opened her eyes. For dimensional weak points. It's searching for paths between realities. Ben felt the Omnitrix symbol on his wrist pulse more intensely as they drew nearer to the source. Whatever was generating these signals, it was somehow resonating with his dimensional anchor. I'm feeling it too, Starfire said from her cockpit section, apparently sensing his discomfort. The energy affects our connection. They landed in a small clearing surrounded by towering pine trees. Fresh snow crunched beneath their feet as they disembarked, the winter air biting despite the midday sun. The pristine wilderness seemed an unlikely location for interdimensional activity. The signal source is just over that ridge, Cyborg indicated, his cybernetic eye scanning the terrain. About half a mile. Robin surveyed the team. Raven, establish a psychic link. We'll need silent communication if this turns hostile. Beast Boy and Cyborg, take point. Starfire, aerial reconnaissance. Ben and I will approach from the east. As they moved into position, Ben felt Raven's mental link establish between the team members, a strange but not unpleasant sensation of connected consciousness. Everyone online. Robin's thoughts came through clearly. This is still super weird, Beast Boy responded mentally. Focus, Raven admonished. I sense powerful energy ahead, artificial, technological, but with strange harmonic properties. They advanced through the forest with practiced stealth, Beast Boy transformed into a snow-colored wolf to blend with the terrain. From above, Starfire's voice entered the link. There is a structure ahead, metallic, partially buried in the mountainside. It appears recently constructed. Ben and Robin reached a position where they could observe the installation without being detected. What they saw confirmed Starfire's assessment, a sleek, advanced facility built into the mountain face, its architecture unlike anything native to Earth. Silvery metal panels reflected the winter sunlight, and periodic pulses of blue energy emanated from a central tower. That's not human technology, Cyborg observed through the link. And it's not like anything in the Justice League database either. It's Viltrumite, Ben responded with certainty. I recognize the design principles from their architecture. But it's been adapted somehow, merged with other technology. Robin signaled for the team to hold position while he assessed potential entry points. Cyborg, can you get readings on what's inside? Trying, but there's interference. Whatever's generating those dimensional signals is disrupting my scanners. Ben studied the facility, memories of his brief time in the Viltrumite dimension providing context. The central tower is an energy projection system. They use similar designs for long-range communication, but this has been modified for interdimensional broadcasting. How did Viltrumites get to this Earth? Beast Boy wondered. And why build a secret base in the middle of nowhere? Because they're searching for me, Ben realized with growing dread. Or rather, for this body. In their dimension, Zenith simply disappeared during training. They must have detected the dimensional displacement and developed technology to track it. The implications were disturbing. If the Viltrumites had indeed developed interdimensional tracking capabilities, they might be able to locate Ben, and by extension, discover a path to this Earth. We need to shut it down, Robin decided. Raven, can you teleport us inside? The energy fields would make that dangerous, she replied. We need to disable the external emitters first. A plan quickly formed through their mental link. Starfire and Raven would target the external energy emitters while Beast Boy and Cyborg created a diversion at the main entrance. Ben and Robin would then infiltrate to locate the central control systems. They moved into position, the winter forest silent except for the occasional distant call of birds and the soft hum emanating from the facility. On Robin's mental signal, the operation began. Starfire struck first, emerald energy blasts hitting the external emitters with surgical precision. Raven's dark energy enveloped other key points, crushing delicate equipment. The facility's defense systems activated immediately, automated turrets emerging from concealed panels to return fire. Beast Boy, transformed into a massive woolly mammoth, charged the main entrance with Cyborg riding on his back, sonic cannon blazing. The diversion worked perfectly, drawing defensive resources away from the side access point where Ben and Robin approached. We're in, Robin reported as they breached a service entrance. Minimal resistance so far. The interior of the facility confirmed Ben's suspicions. Viltrumite design aesthetics merged with unfamiliar technology. The corridors were eerily empty, suggesting automation rather than a fully staffed base. Central control should be beneath the main tower, Ben guided through the link. That's standard Viltrumite design. They moved efficiently through the corridors, encountering only automated security systems that proved little challenge for Robin's expertise and Ben's strength. As they approached the central chamber, however, the Omnitrix symbol on Ben's wrist began pulsing more rapidly. Something's wrong, he warned. The dimensional energy is spiking. They entered a vast circular room dominated by a column of swirling blue energy that rose from the floor to the ceiling. Around it, control consoles displayed incomprehensible data streams and dimensional coordinates. The technology was clearly a hybrid, Viltrumite engineering fused with something more advanced. Cyborg, we need you in the control room, Robin called through the link. This is beyond anything I can hack. On our way, came the reply. Outer defenses neutralized. Ben approached the energy column cautiously, the Omnitrix symbol now glowing intensely. This isn't just a scanner or signal generator, he said aloud, the emptiness of the room making the mental link seem unnecessary. It's a dimensional portal in the early stages of formation. Robin examined the nearest console. Can you read any of this? It doesn't match any language in our database. Some of it's Viltrumite script, Ben confirmed, scanning the displays. But the rest? I don't recognize it. The rest of the team arrived moments later, Beast Boy whistling as he took in the massive chamber. Dude, this is straight out of a sci-fi movie. The evil alien lair deluxe package. Cyborg immediately moved to the main console, his cybernetic components interfacing with the technology. This is incredible, and terrifying. They're not just scanning for dimensional weak points, they're actively creating them. Creating breaches? Starfire asked with alarm. Like those that appeared in Jump City? Similar principle but more controlled, Cyborg explained, data flowing across his mechanical eye as he processed information. They've been studying the natural breaches caused by Ben's displacement and reverse engineering the process. Raven drifted toward the energy column, her cloak rippling in the dimensional currents. This technology is drawing power from the space between realities, the void that separates dimensions. It's incredibly dangerous. Can you shut it down? Robin asked Cyborg. Working on it, but the system keeps rerouting. It's like it's being actively managed from somewhere else. His fingers flew across the interface. There's a countdown sequence running, just under 3 hours remaining. Until what? Beast Boy asked. Until the portal fully forms, Ben realized, studying the energy patterns. They're creating a stable bridge between dimensions, probably from the Viltrumite world to this one. The implications were clear and disturbing. If Viltrumites gained access to this Earth with its yellow sun, their already formidable powers would increase exponentially. Given their conquering philosophy, the threat was enormous. We need to destroy this facility, Robin decided. Cyborg, can you overload the power systems? Before Cyborg could answer, the energy column pulsed violently, expanding outward before contracting again. The Omnitrix symbol on Ben's wrist flared in response, sending a wave of resonant energy through his body. Something's coming through. Raven warned, dark energy forming defensively around her hands. The team took combat positions as the dimensional energy coalesced into a more defined portal. Unlike the chaotic breaches that had appeared in Jump City, this opening was perfectly circular and stable, its edges precisely maintained by the surrounding technology. Through the swirling blue energy, a figure emerged, tall and imposing, dressed in an ornate uniform that Ben recognized immediately as high-ranking Viltrumite military attire. The newcomer's eyes swept the room, registering the Titans with clinical detachment before settling on Ben. Zenith, the Viltrumite said, his voice carrying the natural authority of someone accustomed to unquestioned obedience. Or perhaps you prefer, Ben Tennyson, now. Yes, we know who you really are. Ben stepped forward, positioning himself between the Viltrumite and his friends. Commander Tyrus. I should have guessed you'd be involved. The commander smiled thinly. You remember me. I'm flattered. Though the consciousness inhabiting Zenith's body is not who I expected to find when we detected the dimensional displacement. How did you track me? Ben demanded. Viltrumite physiology is unique, Tyrus explained casually, as if discussing an academic interest rather than interdimensional pursuit. When you disappeared during training, we initially suspected desertion, a capital offense, as you know. But the energy signature left behind suggested something far more interesting. He gestured to the technology surrounding them. It took time to develop the means to follow you across dimensions, especially once we understood what had happened. A human consciousness from yet another reality, occupying a Viltrumite body. Fascinating. What do you want? Robin demanded, bow staff extended in a defensive position. Tyrus regarded him with the mild interest one might show a moderately unusual insect. What the Viltrumite Empire always wants, human. Expansion. New territories. New subjects. His gaze returned to Ben. And the recovery of valuable Viltrumite biological material. The implication was clear, they wanted Ben's body back, regardless of whose consciousness inhabited it. To the Viltrumites, his physical form was imperial property. This dimension is protected, Starfire declared, her hands glowing with defensive energy. Your empire has no authority here. Tyrus laughed, the sound devoid of genuine humor. Authority follows power, Tamaranian. Always. And in 3 hours, when the dimensional bridge stabilizes, the first wave of Viltrumite forces will establish that authority quite definitively. Not going to happen, Ben stated flatly. We're shutting this down now. Without warning, he launched himself at Tyrus with full Viltrumite speed. The commander, however, was prepared for this attack. He sidestepped with equal speed, catching Ben's arm and using his momentum to hurl him into a control console, which shattered under the impact. You've maintained the body's strength admirably, Tyrus commented. But you lack proper Viltrumite combat training. Zenith was one of our most promising cadets before your consciousness hijacked his form. The Titans moved to attack simultaneously, Robin throwing explosive discs, Cyborg firing his sonic cannon, Beast Boy charging as a rhinoceros, Starfire launching starbolts, and Raven hurling equipment with telekinesis. Tyrus responded with alarming efficiency, dodging most attacks and absorbing others with minimal effect. His speed and strength matched Ben's, but with the precision that came from centuries of experience. Impressive coordination, he acknowledged as he deflected Starfire's energy blasts. But futile against Viltrumite physiology. Ben recovered quickly, rejoining the fight with renewed determination. You're not the only one with Viltrumite strength, he reminded Tyrus, landing a powerful blow that finally staggered the commander. True, Tyrus admitted, recovering his balance. But unlike you, I'm not conflicted about using it to its full potential. Your human conscience restrains you, a weakness we eliminated from our species generations ago. The battle intensified, control consoles and equipment destroyed in the crossfire as Viltrumite's strength collided with the Titan's diverse abilities. Robin coordinated their attacks with practiced efficiency, looking for vulnerabilities in Tyrus's defense. The portal generator, he called out. Target the power conduits. Raven and Starfire immediately redirected their attacks toward the energy infrastructure supporting the dimensional portal. Tyrus, recognizing the threat, moved with blinding speed to intercept them. You understand nothing of what you're interfering with, he snarled, his composed facade cracking. This technology represents more than mere conquest. It's the future of Viltrumite expansion across the multiverse. Ben engaged him directly, the two Viltrumites exchanging blows that would have shattered ordinary matter. The Viltrumites I remember were conquerors, but they weren't interdimensional invaders. This isn't standard Empire policy. Something flickered in Tyrus's expression, a moment of hesitation that confirmed Ben's suspicion. You're acting independently, aren't you? This isn't an official Viltrumite mission. The Empire's vision is too limited, Tyrus admitted, blocking Ben's next attack. They focus on conquering one universe when infinite worlds await us across dimensional barriers. I simply showed them the possibility. Using me as the key, Ben realized. My displacement created a trail you could follow. Precisely. Though we never expected to find the legendary Ben 10 at the other end of that trail. A calculating look entered his eyes. Your reputation precedes you, even across dimensions. The being who wielded the power of 10,000 alien species. The fight paused momentarily as this revelation settled. You know about the Omnitrix? About my world? Tyrus smiled coldly. Once we identified your dimensional frequency, we studied it extensively. Your Earth has technology and genetic resources that would be valuable additions to the Empire. Particularly the Omnitrix itself. The true scale of the threat suddenly became clear. Tyrus wasn't just planning to invade this Earth, he was creating a multiversal invasion route that would eventually target Ben's home dimension as well. Cyborg. Ben called out. We need to collapse the portal now. Working on it. Cyborg replied from a partially dismantled control console. But the systems locked into the countdown sequence. Overriding it would require, his explanation was cut short as Tyrus hurled a section of broken equipment at him with devastating force. Only Beast Boy's quick transformation into a gorilla, catching the projectile mid-air, prevented serious injury. Your interference ends now, Tyrus declared. The dimensional bridge will be completed regardless of your efforts. This facility is merely one node in a network spanning multiple locations. Robin, ever the tactician, processed this new information immediately. The Justice League detected similar energy signatures at other points around the globe. This isn't the only portal site. The first of 12, Tyrus confirmed with evident pride. A dimensional invasion network designed to simultaneously breach your world at strategic locations. Even if you destroy this facility, the others will complete the sequence. The situation had just become exponentially more dangerous. If multiple portals were opening simultaneously, stopping just this one wouldn't be enough. We need to alert the Justice League, Robin decided. This is beyond what the Titans can handle alone. As he reached for his communicator, the dimensional portal pulsed again, but this time with a different energy signature. The blue swirl was suddenly interrupted by flashes of familiar green light. Ben's eyes widened as he recognized that energy pattern. That's Omnitrix energy. The portal's fluctuation intensified, its carefully controlled structure becoming unstable as a second-dimensional frequency interfered with Tyrus's technology. The Omnitrix symbol on Ben's wrist glowed brilliantly in response, sending waves of resonant energy through his body. "What's happening?" Starfire called out, moving to Ben's side as he dropped to one knee, overwhelmed by the dimensional resonance. "Someone's trying to access the dimensional bridge from another frequency," Cyborg explained, reading the chaotic data streams. "They're piggybacking on the Viltrumite technology, redirecting it." Tyrus rushed to the remaining control consoles, his composure shattered by this unexpected development. "Impossible. The calibration was precise, no external force should be able to interfere." "Unless they were using me as a beacon," Ben realized, understanding dawning. "Unless they were following the anchor." The portal's energy shifted dramatically, the blue Viltrumite energy receding as green Omnitrix energy became dominant. The opening contracted, stabilized, then expanded again, but now glowing with the unmistakable signature of Ben's home dimension. And through this recalibrated portal stepped two figures Ben had thought he might never see again in person. Gwen Tennyson, now visibly older than when he'd last seen her, her hair shorter and her bearing more confident. And beside her, Grandpa Max, his plumber uniform upgraded but his steady, reliable presence unchanged. "Ben!" Gwen called out, her eyes finding him immediately despite his transformed appearance. "Little late to the party," Max observed dryly, taking in the destroyed facility and the standoff with practiced efficiency. "But we brought gifts." In his hands was a device Ben recognized, not the Omnitrix itself, but something constructed from its components, repurposed and redesigned. The central element glowed with the same green energy as the symbol on Ben's wrist. "No." Tyrus snarled, launching himself toward the newcomers. "The dimensional bridge is mine to control." Ben intercepted him mid-flight, their collision creating a shockwave that cracked the chamber's floor. "They're off limits," he growled, tapping into the full strength of his Viltrumite physiology for perhaps the first time since his displacement. The Titans recovered quickly from their surprise, moving to protect Gwen and Max while Ben engaged Tyrus directly. The commander fought with increasing desperation, recognizing that his carefully laid plans were unraveling. "You don't understand what you're preventing," he shouted as they exchanged devastating blows. The Viltrumite Empire could bring order to the multiverse. Stability across all dimensions. "Conquered peace isn't peace," Ben countered, memories of his original heroic principles surfacing strongly. "It's just oppression with better PR." Their fight carried them around the chamber, inhuman strength shattering equipment and infrastructure. The dimensional portal continued to fluctuate, now pulsing with alternating blue and green energy as the two technologies competed for control. "Ben!" Max called out. "We need to stabilize the anchor. The portal's becoming unstable." Ben disengaged from Tyrus long enough to glance toward his grandfather. "How?" Max held up the device in his hands. "This contains the remaining Omnitrix energy from our dimension. Combined with your anchor point, it can create a stable bridge, but we need to override the Viltrumite technology first." Cyborg, working alongside Gwen at the remaining console, nodded in understanding. "We can do it. Their dimensional calculations are actually similar to what we developed at the Watchtower. If we reverse the polarity of the main emitters, the entire system will reset," Gwen finished his thought. Creating a window for Grandpa's device to establish control. Tyrus, hearing this exchange, redoubled his efforts to reach the console. "I won't let you destroy my work." He struck Ben with enough force to send him crashing into the wall, then turned his attention to Gwen and Cyborg. Starfire. Ben called out as he pulled himself from the wreckage. Protect them. She responded instantly, interposing herself between Tyrus and the console, hands blazing with stellar energy. You shall not pass, Viltrumite. Her energy blasts slowed Tyrus momentarily, but his superior strength allowed him to press forward despite the assault. Robin, Beast Boy, and Raven joined the defense, combining their abilities to create layered obstacles in his path. Hurry! Robin urged as they struggled to contain the enraged Viltrumite. Gwen's hands moved across the alien interface with surprising familiarity, her expression intensely focused. Almost there. Cyborg, I need access to the dimensional frequency modulators. On it, he replied, his cybernetic components directly interfacing with the system. Rerouting power now. The portal's fluctuations increased, the competing energies creating visible distortions in the surrounding air. Equipment began to fail as dimensional stresses exceeded design tolerances. The entire facility shuddered ominously. Structural integrity compromised, Raven reported, her empathic senses detecting the impending collapse. This entire mountain could come down on us. Max remained steady, adjusting his device as he watched the portal's evolution. Just need 30 more seconds. Ben, we need you at the anchor point. Ben disengaged from the battle, trusting his teammates to hold Tyrus back long enough. He moved to his grandfather's side, the Omnitrix symbol on his wrist pulsing in sync with the device Max held. What exactly is that thing? He asked as Max made final adjustments. We call it the dimensional calibrator, Max explained with characteristic understatement. Built from the remaining Omnitrix components after your displacement. It's been locked onto your dimensional signature for months, trying to establish a stable connection. We've been working on it non-stop, Gwen added from the console, her voice tight with concentration. When we detected the Viltrumite dimensional technology activating, we realized we could piggyback on their system instead of trying to create our own breach. Ben felt a rush of emotion at their dedication. You never gave up. Of course not, doofus, Gwen replied with a brief smile that reminded him of simpler times. Your family. The moment was interrupted as Tyrus finally broke through the Titan's defensive line, sending Beast Boy and Robin flying in opposite directions. Starfire and Raven maintained their position, but the commander's rage made him nearly unstoppable. The device, he shouted, recognizing the threat to his plans. Destroy it. He launched himself directly at Max, only to be intercepted by Ben once again. This time, however, Ben didn't merely block his path, he caught Tyrus with a precisely calculated counter that used the commander's own momentum against him, a move Robin had taught him during their training sessions. Now, Grandpa. Ben called out, knowing he couldn't contain Tyrus for long. Max activated the dimensional calibrator, its green energy surging forth to connect with the Omnitrix symbol on Ben's wrist. Simultaneously, Gwen and Cyborg executed their override of the portal system. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The competing energies suddenly harmonized, the blue and green merging into a stable turquoise field. The portal's chaotic fluctuations ceased, replaced by a perfectly maintained dimensional bridge. It's working. Cyborg announced. Dimensional frequencies aligning across all three universes. The Omnitrix symbol on Ben's wrist flared with unprecedented brightness, sending pulses of energy through his entire body. He felt something profound happening, a realignment at the quantum level, his consciousness and physical form achieving perfect harmony for the first time since his displacement. Tyrus, recognizing his defeat, made one final desperate attempt to disrupt the process. Breaking free from Ben's hold, he charged toward the portal itself, apparently intent on physically disrupting the energy field. No! Ben shouted, understanding the catastrophic consequences such an action would have. Destabilizing the portal now, when dimensional energies were at their peak, could create a cascade failure affecting all connected realities. In that critical moment, Starfire appeared beside Ben, her hand finding his. Their connection, the anchor that had stabilized his presence in this dimension for months, surged with new power as the dimensional calibrator's energy flowed through them both. Together, she said simply. Their combined energy, Tamaranian stellar power and Viltrumite life force, united through the dimensional anchor, shot forth in a focused beam that intercepted Tyrus before he could reach the portal. The commander was halted mid-stride, suspended in the convergence of energies from 3 dimensions. "What is this?" he gasped, struggling against forces beyond even Viltrumite's strength. "Balance," Ben answered, understanding filling him as the dimensional energies worked through his anchor. "The harmony between worlds that you tried to exploit." The energy field around Tyrus contracted, compressing into a sphere that contained the struggling Viltrumite. With a final surge of power from the anchor, Ben and Starfire directed this sphere through the portal, not toward Ben's home dimension, but back toward the Viltrumite world from which Tyrus had come. Let the Empire deal with him, Ben decided. They'll have questions about his unauthorized dimensional experiments. As Tyrus disappeared through the portal, the immediate threat ended. The facility, however, continued to deteriorate around them, dimensional stresses weakening its structural integrity beyond recovery. "We need to evacuate," Robin ordered. "This entire mountain is coming down." "The portal?" Gwen asked urgently. "We can't just leave it, the dimensional bridge is still active." Max studied the dimensional calibrator, which was now synchronized with both the portal and Ben's anchor point. "The connection is stable. We can maintain it independently of this facility now." "He's right," Cyborg confirmed, disconnecting from the console. "The dimensional bridge is self-sustaining through the anchor and calibrator. This technology is just the scaffolding that built it." With the immediate crisis resolved and the facility collapsing, the combined team evacuated quickly. Raven's teleportation abilities transported them to safety just as the mountain face collapsed, burying the Viltrumite installation under thousands of tons of rock and snow. From a safe distance, they watched as dust clouds rose from the destruction. The dimensional technology was destroyed, but as Max had predicted, the bridge itself remained, a stable connection between worlds maintained through Ben's anchor and the dimensional calibrator. "So," Ben said, turning to face his family for the first time in nearly a year. "You finally found a way through." Gwen's composed exterior cracked, and she threw her arms around him in a fierce hug. "Do you have any idea how worried we've been? 8 months of dimensional calculations and Omnitrix energy manipulation and barely sleeping. She hasn't slept more than 4 hours a night since you disappeared," Max confirmed with a small smile. "None of us have, really." Ben returned Gwen's embrace carefully, still conscious of his Viltrumite strength. "I missed you too. Both of you. I tried to find a way back, but you found something else worth staying for," Max observed, his knowing gaze shifting to Starfire, who stood respectfully apart, giving Ben space for this reunion. Ben nodded, unwilling to deny what had become increasingly clear over the months. "Yeah. I did." After the emotional reunion subsided, practical matters demanded attention. The team relocated to the T-ship, where they could discuss the implications of recent events in relative comfort despite the remote location. "Tyrus won't be the last," Ben warned as they considered the future. He mentioned 12 facilities worldwide. Even with this one destroyed, the others might still be operational. "The Justice League is already investigating the other energy signatures we detected," Robin assured him. "With what we've learned here, they'll be able to neutralize the remaining installations before any portals can form." "And we'll help," Max added. "Now that we have a stable dimensional bridge, we can coordinate across worlds. Plumber technology combined with Justice League resources should be more than enough to counter the Viltrumite threat." Gwen, who had been examining the dimensional calibrator with Cyborg's assistance, looked up with cautious optimism. "The bridge is stable, but it's not permanent yet. We'd need to establish anchor points on both sides to maintain it indefinitely." "Like the one between Ben and Starfire?" Beast Boy asked, having followed the technical discussion with surprising attention. "Similar principle," Cyborg confirmed. Their personal connection created a biological anchor point. We'd need technological equivalents in both dimensions. The conversation turned to technical details as Cyborg, Gwen, and Max explored possibilities for maintaining interdimensional communication and travel. Raven occasionally contributed insights from her mystical perspective, while Robin focused on security implications. Ben found himself momentarily overwhelmed by it all. After months of adjustment to his displacement, learning to accept that he might never see his family again, they were suddenly here, discussing ways to maintain connections between dimensions as if commuting between universes might become routine. He stepped outside the T-ship, needing a moment to process everything. The Canadian wilderness stretched around him, pristine snow reflecting the afternoon sunlight. His breath fogged in the cold air, a simple phenomenon that suddenly seemed profound, a visible reminder of life continuing across impossible divides. Soft footsteps in the snow announced Starfire's approach. She joined him silently, her presence comforting without demanding response. "Your family is most impressive," she finally said. "Their devotion to finding you speaks highly of the bonds between you." Ben nodded, watching distant birds circle above the tree-line. "They're amazing. Always have been. I shouldn't have been surprised they'd find a way through, but somehow. I guess I'd started to accept that I might never see them again. And now that they have found you?" Starfire asked, the question gentle but direct. "What path will you choose?" It was the question that hung over everything, the one the technical discussions inside the ship were carefully avoiding. Now that a stable bridge between dimensions existed, Ben had options he hadn't possessed before. "I don't know," he admitted. "For so long, all I wanted was to find a way home. Now that it might be possible." He turned to face her directly. "But home isn't just a place anymore." Starfire's expression softened with understanding. "On Tamaran, we believe that souls create their own homes across stars and lifetimes. Perhaps the same is true across dimensions." Before Ben could respond, the T-ship's hatch opened and the others emerged, technical discussion apparently concluded. "We've reached a working consensus," Max announced. "The dimensional bridge is stable enough for limited travel between worlds, but establishing permanent anchor points will take time and resources. Months at minimum," Gwen added. "We'll need to construct specialized equipment on both sides." Robin stepped forward. "The Titans and the Justice League will provide whatever assistance we can. This represents an unprecedented opportunity for cross-dimensional cooperation." "And in the meantime?" Ben asked the question foremost in his mind. Max placed a hand on his shoulder. "In the meantime, you have some decisions to make, son. The bridge would allow you to return home, but your unique physiology and the anchor point you've established here complicate matters." "You mean I might not be able to stay in my home dimension permanently," Ben translated. "Because of the Viltrumite body and my connection to Starfire. Your dimensional frequency is now a hybrid," Gwen explained with scientific precision that couldn't quite mask her emotional investment. "You exist across three-dimensional planes simultaneously. Maintaining that balance requires presence in all three to some degree." "Meaning what, exactly?" Beast Boy asked, confusion evident. Cyborg simplified, "He can visit home, but he'd need to return here regularly to maintain dimensional stability. At least until we develop more advanced technology to manage the frequency dissonance." The implication was both frustrating and oddly liberating. Ben couldn't simply return to his old life as if nothing had happened, but neither would he have to abandon everything he'd built in this dimension. "So I'd be commuting between dimensions," he said with a small smile. "That's definitely not something I saw coming." "It presents unique challenges," Max acknowledged. "But also unique opportunities. You've already proven that connections can exist across dimensional barriers. Now we have the chance to build on that foundation, to create bridges rather than walls between worlds." As they discussed practical arrangements, Ben found himself watching Starfire's reaction. Her expression remained supportive but contained hints of uncertainty she rarely displayed, concern about what these developments meant for their relationship. "There's something else we should discuss," Ben said, making a decision. The anchor that stabilizes my presence here isn't just technological. It's personal. He moved to Starfire's side, taking her hand deliberately. My connection with Starfire is part of what makes the dimensional bridge possible. Gwen's expression shifted from scientific focus to understanding. That's why the Omnitrix energy sought her out when we established contact. It recognized the resonance between you. Soul recognition across dimensions, Starfire said softly, echoing words she'd spoken months earlier. Max nodded, unsurprised. I suspected as much when I saw how the anchor responded to your proximity. Some connections transcend conventional boundaries, dimensional or otherwise. So what does this mean practically? Robin asked, always focusing on actionable implications. It means that whatever arrangement we make has to account for both dimensions, Ben replied firmly. I won't choose one world at the expense of the other. The significance of his statement wasn't lost on anyone present. This wasn't just about interdimensional travel technology, it was about building a life that spanned realities, maintaining connections to family, friends, and purpose across impossible distances. We'll make it work, Gwen declared with characteristic determination. If I can calculate interdimensional frequencies and build technology from Omnitrix components, I can figure out how to let my cousin have a life in 2 dimensions. 3, technically, Cyborg corrected with a small smile. Don't forget the Viltrumite reality. 2 is plenty, Ben assured them. I don't think I'll be vacationing in the Viltrumite Empire anytime soon. Not after sending Tyrus back with some awkward explanations to make. The conversation shifted to immediate concerns, addressing the remaining Viltrumite facilities, establishing secure communications between dimensions, and creating protocols for controlled interdimensional travel. Throughout the discussion, Ben remained acutely aware of how dramatically his circumstances had changed in just a few hours. This morning, he had been a displaced hero adapting to a new reality, his original home a distant memory he might never revisit. Now, he stood between worlds, his family restored to him, the possibility of maintaining connections across dimensions suddenly viable, and a future that defied conventional limitations opening before him. As the sun began to set over the Canadian wilderness, casting long shadows across the snow, Max announced it was time for him and Gwen to return through the dimensional bridge. The calibrator's power supply was limited for this initial crossing, and they needed to report their findings to Plummer headquarters. We'll establish regular communication protocols, Max assured Ben as they prepared to activate the dimensional return. And begin construction of permanent anchor points immediately. Within a month, we should be able to facilitate stable travel in both directions. You'll be able to visit home, Gwen added, her scientific demeanor briefly giving way to sisterly affection. And introduce everyone to your friend. Her knowing glance toward Starfire made it clear she understood exactly how important that connection had become. The dimensional calibrator activated, creating a controlled portal similar to the one that had formed in the Viltrumite facility but smaller and more precisely maintained. Through it, Ben could see the familiar environment of Plummer headquarters, a glimpse of the world he'd left behind. Tell everyone I'm okay, he requested as his family prepared to depart. Mom, Dad, Kevin, let them know I'll see them soon. They never lost hope, Max assured him. None of us did. With final embraces and promises of imminent reunion, Gwen and Max stepped through the portal, which closed behind them with a soft pulse of green energy. The dimensional bridge collapsed back into its dormant state, but unlike previous breaches, this closure felt temporary, a door closed but not locked, ready to be opened again when needed. In the silence that followed their departure, Ben found himself surrounded by the Titans, the team that had become his second family during his displacement. Their support had been unwavering through months of uncertainty and adaptation. So, Robin said after a moment, it seems we'll be pioneering interdimensional diplomatic protocols. Just another Tuesday for the Titans, Beast Boy quipped, breaking the solemnity with welcome humor. We should return to Jump City, Raven suggested practically. The Justice League will want a full report, and we need to establish monitoring for the remaining Viltrumite installations. As they boarded the T-ship for the return journey, Ben found himself seated beside Starfire in the cockpit section. The privacy afforded by the individual compartments gave them a moment to speak without the others hearing. "Are you okay with all this?" he asked quietly as the engines powered up. "It's a lot to process." Starfire considered the question seriously, her expression thoughtful. "On Tamaran, we have a saying, the stars do not belong to any world, yet they shine upon all equally. Perhaps you are like the stars, belonging not to one dimension alone, but bringing light to each you touch." The poetic perspective was quintessentially Starfire, finding beauty and meaning where others might see only complexity and challenge. "I just don't want you to think this changes anything between us," Ben clarified. "Being able to visit my home dimension doesn't mean leaving this one behind, leaving you behind." Her smile was radiant. "I know this, Ben. The anchor between us exists not because of necessity but because of choice. Each moment together has been a choosing, again and again." As the T-ship rose into the darkening sky, Ben felt a sense of peace that had eluded him since his displacement. The future remained uncertain in its details, but its fundamental shape had clarified, a life spanning dimensions, maintaining connections rather than severing them, building bridges where boundaries had seemed absolute. The Omnitrix symbol on his wrist pulsed gently, its green glow harmonizing with the natural energy that emanated from Starfire. 2 points of an anchor that stabilized not just dimensional frequencies, but his own sense of identity and purpose across worlds. 3 months later, Ben stood on the roof of Titan's tower, watching the sun rise over Jump City Bay. The spring air carried the scent of blossoms from Starfire's rooftop garden, where alien and Earth flora grew together in unlikely harmony. The Omnitrix symbol on his wrist glowed steadily, synchronized with the permanent anchor point that had been established in the tower's sublevels. Similar technology now existed in the plumber headquarters in his home dimension, creating a stable bridge between worlds that could be activated with minimal energy expenditure. The interdimensional threat posed by Tyrus's facilities had been neutralized through coordinated efforts between the Justice League, the Titans, and plumber forces. The Viltrumite commander himself had apparently faced serious consequences for his unauthorized dimensional experiments. According to intelligence gathered by the Green Lantern Corps, he had been demoted and placed under surveillance. His ambitions for multiversal conquest effectively ended. More importantly, the stable dimensional bridge had allowed Ben to reconnect with his original life without abandoning the new one he'd built. He had visited his home dimension several times, reuniting with family and friends who had never stopped hoping for his return. His parents' emotional response to seeing him again, altered in form but unmistakably their son in spirit, had been both painful and healing. Kevin Levin, characteristically, had been more interested in the practical aspects of Ben's transformation. "So you're basically indestructible now? That's convenient. No more getting thrown through buildings and whining about it." Gwen had continued her research into dimensional physics, collaborating with Cyborg across worlds to refine the bridge technology. Their work promised to eventually eliminate the limitations that currently required Ben to maintain presence in both dimensions to preserve stability. On this particular morning, Ben awaited the arrival of special visitors. For the first time, members of his family would be crossing the dimensional bridge to visit his adopted world, to see firsthand the life he had built during his displacement. The distinctive energy signature of an activating portal manifested behind him. Ben turned to see the familiar green swirl expanding into a stable opening, through which stepped Gwen, Max, and, to Ben's surprise and delight, his parents. "Mom! Dad!" he exclaimed, moving to embrace them carefully, still conscious of his Viltrumite strength. "I didn't know you were coming too." Sandra Tennyson touched her son's face with maternal wonder. "Did you think wild horses could keep us from seeing where our son has been living? Or meeting this special someone we've heard so much about?" Carl Tennyson, more reserved but equally emotional, clasped Ben's shoulder. "You look well, son. This dimension seems to agree with you." As they exchanged greetings and updates, the roof access door opened to reveal Starfire, radiant in the morning light. She approached with a mixture of confidence and respectful caution, aware of the significance of this meeting. "Mr. and Mrs. Tennyson," Ben said formally, moving to Starfire's side. This is Princess Coriandar of Tamaran, known on Earth as Starfire. She's the reason I'm still sane after being thrown across dimensions. Starfire bowed slightly in the Tamaranian formal greeting. I am most honored to meet the family of Ben. Your son has spoken of you with great affection and respect. Sandra stepped forward without hesitation, embracing Starfire with motherly warmth. Thank you for being there for him when we couldn't be. The simple acknowledgement broke any remaining tension, and the group moved easily into conversation. Max, ever practical, had brought Earth foods he thought Starfire might enjoy comparing to local equivalents. Gwen and Starfire discovered shared interests in the mystical aspects of their respective cultures. Even Carl, initially overwhelmed by the alien princess's exuberant nature, found common ground in their shared concern for Ben's well-being. As they moved inside to meet the other Titans, who had prepared a welcome celebration, Ben found himself hanging back for a moment, taking in the scene with profound gratitude. His two worlds, once separated by seemingly impassable barriers, were converging in ways he could never have anticipated. Gwen noticed his momentary withdrawal and joined him. Pretty surreal, huh? Mom asking Starfire for Tamaranian cooking recipes was not on my interdimensional bingo card. Ben laughed. Yeah, that's going to end in either culinary revolution or minor explosions in the kitchen. Probably both, Gwen agreed with a smile. She studied him for a moment, her expression growing more serious. You seem happy, Ben. Genuinely happy, not just making the best of things. I am, he acknowledged. It's not the life I expected, but it fits. Being able to maintain connections to both worlds makes all the difference. Gwen nodded understanding. The dimensional theorists at Plumber HQ have a term for what you've become, a convergence point. Someone who exists at the intersection of multiple realities, creating stability where there should be chaos. Fancy title for a guy who accidentally got his consciousness shot across dimensions, Ben remarked dryly. Was it really an accident, though? Gwen challenged gently. The Omnitrix always seemed to know what it was doing, even when we didn't understand it. Of all the dimensions it could have sent you to, it chose one where you'd find not just survival, but purpose. And connection. She glanced meaningfully toward Starfire, who was demonstrating flight to Ben's fascinated parents. The observation resonated with thoughts Ben had considered but never fully articulated. His displacement had seemed random, a desperate measure by failing technology to preserve his consciousness. But viewed from another perspective, perhaps there had been purpose in the precise path his journey had taken. Maybe you're right, he conceded. Either way, I'm grateful for where I ended up. Inside the tower, the celebration was in full swing. Beast Boy entertained the visitors with rapid-fire transformations while Cyborg explained Titan technology to an impressed Max. Robin and Raven maintained their characteristic reserve but engaged politely in conversation. At the center of it all, Starfire moved with joyful ease between both groups, as comfortable with Ben's biological family as she was with his adopted one. Later, as the day progressed to evening, Ben found a quiet moment with Starfire on their favorite rooftop spot. Below them, Jump City illuminated the gathering darkness with countless lights. Above, stars began to appear in the darkening sky, the same stars visible from his home dimension, yet somehow different when viewed from this reality. Your family is wonderful, Starfire said, leaning comfortably against his shoulder. They have accepted our connection with open hearts. They're pretty amazing, Ben agreed. Though I think you won them over immediately. Dad usually takes weeks to warm up to people, but he was asking about Tamaranian culture within 10 minutes. Starfire smiled. It is clear where you inherited your adaptability. They have adjusted to impossible circumstances with remarkable resilience. The observation struck Ben as profoundly accurate. His family had faced his displacement not with denial or despair, but with determined problem-solving and unwavering hope. They had rebuilt Omnitrix technology from fragments, calculated interdimensional coordinates, and ultimately found a way to bridge realities that should have remained forever separate. We adapt because we have to, he said after a moment. Human, Tamaranian, or Viltrumite, we all find ways to survive change. But survival alone is not enough, Starfire replied thoughtfully. You have done more than survive your displacement. You have created meaning from it, turned cosmic accident into purpose. The Omnitrix symbol on Ben's wrist pulsed in agreement, its energy synchronizing with Starfire's natural glow. Together, they created a harmony of green and orange light that seemed to transcend the physical, a visual representation of the connection that had defied dimensional barriers. I've been thinking about what Gwen said, about being a convergence point between dimensions, Ben said. Maybe that's not just about physics. Maybe it's about building bridges where there were walls. Between worlds? Starfire asked. Between people, Ben clarified. Different species, different dimensions, different perspectives, finding the connections that unite rather than the differences that divide. It was a philosophy that had defined his approach to heroism even before his displacement, seeing the person beneath alien appearances, finding common ground across seemingly impassable divides. Now, that philosophy had expanded to encompass realities themselves. A worthy purpose for one who exists between worlds, Starfire observed with evident approval. And one that honors both your origins and your current form. As night fully claimed the sky, Ben considered the journey that had brought him to this moment. From a human teenager wielding the Omnitrix to a dimensional traveler in a Viltrumite body, his path had been anything but predictable. Yet through all the transformations and displacements, certain core truths had remained constant: the importance of connection, the value of adaptation, and the power of finding meaning in even the most chaotic circumstances. The future would bring new challenges, certainly. Maintaining balance between dimensions while fulfilling responsibilities in both worlds would require ongoing navigation. The Viltrumite Empire might eventually develop new interest in interdimensional exploration. Threats would emerge that required the attention of heroes across realities. But for now, in this moment of convergence, family from one dimension celebrating alongside friends from another, unified by their connection to a being who existed between worlds, Ben felt a profound sense of rightness. The displacement that had once seemed like cosmic accident had revealed itself as something else entirely, an opportunity to build bridges where none had existed before. Starfire's hand found his, their fingers intertwining as naturally as their energies harmonized. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. Ben smiled, watching the stars that shone upon multiple dimensions with equal brilliance. "I'm thinking that sometimes getting lost is the only way to find where you're supposed to be." The Omnitrix symbol pulsed in agreement, a beacon of green light connecting past to present, origin to destination, and most importantly, heart to heart across the infinite expanse of the multiverse. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.